Right, thank you. Now we are going to look at the minutes for two meetings, the regular meeting of February 13th, 2024, and the regular meeting from February 27th. Does anyone have any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll open up to public comment. If anyone wants to make a comment on the minutes from the last couple of meetings, this is the time to do so. Anyone in the room? Do we have any Zoom attendees?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right, thank you. Be looking for a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve the minutes for February 13th, 2024 and February 27th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm just going to abstain because I was absent.
Okay, one abstention and 4 ayes. Okay, I'm now going to read some announcements. A meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items, where the City Council may consider the item. If the City Council considers the item, citizens will be afforded the opportunity to provide comments relative to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens' business item, which is the designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. However, the Brown Act prohibits the City Council from taking action or considering any item that is not on this agenda to ensure that other members of the community who wish to provide comment are notified in advance through a properly noticed meeting agenda. Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotatiCity.org. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to sign up with Civic Ready by signing up on the city's website, www.cotatiCity.org, under the How Do I link at the top of the homepage. Like always, we'd love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotatiCity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, and Civic Ready. All right, so we have the pleasure of having several proclamations tonight. So we're going to move straight into the Women's History Month proclamation. And would you like me to read, should I read it first or invite her?
Go ahead and read it and then invite anyone
Okay. New at the proclamations, make sure I'm doing it right. All right, I'm going to read off this proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cotati declaring the month, proclaiming the month of March 2024 as Women's History Month in the City of Cotati. Whereas women have played a critical role in shaping the economic, cultural, and social fabric of our society through their participation in the labor force, working both inside and outside the home in leadership positions and through creative inspiration. And whereas National Women's History Month provides an opportunity for schools and communities to increase the knowledge held by our children and our community of women's roles in history and their contributions to the development of this nation. And whereas the story of American women is the story of women of all ages, races, and cultural backgrounds who led campaigns for equality and civil rights, advanced professional and educational opportunities, founded entirely new enterprises, and contributed significantly to the arts, sciences, and humanistic causes. And whereas women from every background have long realized that an uneven playing field will never bring equality or justice, and as members of families, civic, and community groups, businesses, and legislative bodies, women are in the forefront of reevaluating the status quo. And whereas the 2024 theme for National Women's History Month is Women Who Advocate for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, which directly recognizes the women throughout the country who understand that for a positive future, we need to eliminate bias and discrimination entirely for our lives and institutions. And whereas National Women's History Month is both a call to acknowledge outstanding women we know by name and to pay homage to the nameless women who shared our collective past. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this day of March 12, 2024, by the City Council of the City of Cotati in recognition of the significant role played by women whose courage and vision inspire hope and possibility for today's women to make tomorrow's history, hereby proclaims the month of March 2024 as Women's History Month in the City of Cotati. All right. Is Joanne Brown here? I'd like to invite you to come up.
And I have another member of our commission today to honor Cotati and the strong women who represent Cotati government here. It's like preaching to the choir when you come to Cotati. Anyway, I just really wanted to thank you. We have worked very hard to get all the cities in the county as well as the county to acknowledge Women's History Month, and they've been pretty easy to do, thankfully, which is kind of a measure of the power of women and good supporting men in this county. I think that the fifth paragraph here is the one that we're really going to focus on this year from the commission, and that has to do with honoring both women present in the past and focusing on equity, diversity, and inclusion, which we can't make any progress without that kind of a focus. So you want to introduce yourself as well, please? Our newest member of the commission.
Hi, my name is Anna Diaz, and I'm from Roseland, and I've been a commissioner since July of 2021.
Thank you. So we would, if you have a copy of the proclamation signed by the mayor, that would be great. And can I accept that?
We'd like to present that with you, and we'd like to get a photograph with
Great.
everybody too.
Great, thank you.
This dais here. The podium. From the podium, yeah. Take a picture, so that way.
Hi, thanks to meet you. Thank you for coming.
Okay, nice to meet you. There you go. Perfect. You got it? Perfect. Great,
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Take care.
Don't forget your notes.
We have another proclamation. I'd like to read off a proclamation of the City of Cotati declaring this American Red Cross Month. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cotati declaring the month of March 2024 as American Red Cross Month. Whereas during American Red Cross Month in March, we recognize the compassion of people in Cotati and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. And whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. And whereas today, kind-hearted individuals in our community exemplify Barton's commitment as they step up through the Red Cross in the Northern California coastal region to provide a beacon of hope for our neighbors in need. And whereas through their voluntary and selfless contributions, they make a life-saving difference in people's darkest hours, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting military families, veterans, and caregivers through the unique challenges of service, saving lives with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crises. And whereas we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who lead with their hearts to serve people in need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Cotati proclaims the month of March as American Red Cross Month in Cotati and encourages all citizens of Cotati to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. I'd like to invite Miriam Chang and Leland Montel to come receive this. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm actually representing the board. I'm the board chair with the American North Bay chapter, and Leland is our disaster program manager for Sonoma and Napa, and I greatly appreciate the city of Cotati for the proclamation, as well as the hard work that the many city members have volunteered their time, donated their time, as well as donated blood. So do appreciate everyone's efforts and thank you so much for your continued support.
All right, thank you. We'd like to give this to you, and should we get another photo? Okay.
Sure, of course.
Right here, in front of the. In front, oh yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if you remember.
Sorry?
Do you remember I came, I was at Marcy Becerra, I came to talk to you about volunteering with the students?
Yeah,
Do you remember?
yeah. Where have you been? Hiding out in Katati. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
We have a lot of volunteers. Well, we could have more volunteers from Katati, but anyway, we have some, so, yeah, thanks very much.
All right, and we have one more proclamation tonight, which is a proclamation for National Surveyors Week. A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cotati declaring March 17th to 23rd as National Surveyors Week. Whereas surveying has been an essential element in the development of the human environment since the beginning of recorded history, and it is a requirement in the planning and execution of nearly every form of construction, with its most familiar modern uses in the fields of transport, building and construction, communications, mapping, and the definition of legal boundaries for land ownership. And whereas in order to accomplish their objectives, surveyors use elements of engineering, physics, mathematics, astronomy, law, and history. And whereas since the colonial days of the United States, surveyors have been leaders in the community, statesmen, influential citizens, and shapers of cultural standards. Former notable surveyors include George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Lewis and Clark, Daniel Boone, and Henry David Thoreau, among many others. Whereas perhaps the first female land surveyor in the United States was Alice Fletcher, who allotted Indian lands in the mid-1800s and became known to Native Americans as the Measuring Woman, as she became a leader for the reform of the Indian reservation system. And whereas many services are now provided through the use of sophisticated surveying equipment and techniques, including satellite-borne remote sensing devices and automated positioning, measuring, recording, and plotting equipment. And whereas the establishment of the week of March 17th to 23rd, 2024 as National Surveyors Week is a fitting tribute to all surveyors, and Dolly wants to make her own tribute. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this day of March 12th, 2024, by the City Council of the City of Cotati, proclaims the week of March 17th through March 23rd, 2024 as National Surveyors Week in the City of Cotati. All right. Do we have some folks to receive? Yeah, welcome.
Hello, I am Monica Wingett, and I'm a land surveyor out of Santa Rosa. I'm very thankful for this proclamation from the City of Cotati, both as a surveyor and a citizen who lives in Cotati. Oh, so thank you.
Great.
I'm very happy to be here. Yeah.
Hi, Council, Mayor, and Councils. I'm Carrie. I'm with the Sonoma County Surveyor's Office, and I just wanted to thank you for recognizing the land surveying profession.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. We have a proclamation to present to you, and we'd like to come get a photo one more time.
And I love that you're both women, too. Of course. Oh, thank you.
Here's this for you. So great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, what a great series of proclamations to do tonight. We're going to move on to, we have a swearing in of some new police officers. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sparks, Vice Mayor Ford, council members. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you two new members of the Cotati Police Department, Tom Schneider and Elizabeth Silva. And before they come up to receive the oath of office, a bit of information on the new officers. So Tom Schneider was born in Greenbrae. After graduating high school, he attended Santa Rosa Junior College and De Anza College, where he majored in administration of justice. Much of his previous life was spent in management and finance, but most recently, after moving to Petaluma in 2022, he decided to pursue his childhood dream of law enforcement. He put himself through the academy and graduated from Santa Rosa Public Safety Training Center in December of 2023. He's been an officer with us for just about a month now and is currently in field training. He had a quick private swearing in so we could get a badge on him and get him out in the field, but he didn't have his actual ceremonial swearing in, so he's here with us today, and we'll swear him in a minute. Secondly, Flor Elizabeth Silva, she goes by Elizabeth, was born and raised in Santa Rosa, still lives here in Sonoma County. After she graduated from John Muir Charter School, she joined the United States Army, where she served as a petroleum supply specialist and was also a paratrooper at the 82nd Airborne Division in North Carolina, where she was busy jumping out of C-130 planes and Black Hawk helicopters. So we're gonna maybe look about the budget for a Black Hawk helicopter for Cotati at some point. Kidding. She's currently a student at American Military University, working on her bachelor's degree in sociology. She also put herself through the academy here in Santa Rosa as well, and she graduated in December of 2023 with Officer Schneider. They were in the same academy, and actually the two of them were in the same academy as our most recent hire before them, Officer Fox, who was also in training. Dolly was not a member of the academy class that they went to as much as she would have liked to have been. So anyway, today is her official day with us. Today's the first day, and she'll undergo a brief orientation and then go to field training. So with that, I'll ask both officers to come up, and I will administer the oath of office. Dolly, you ready for this? Okay. All right. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Elizabeth Silva,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. We have their respective family members who will pin their badges up
And
on them, so
badge.
please. Come on up. And finally, over here, sign your oaths of office. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome you to Cotati and thank you for being here and joining our team. Why don't we take a 5-minute break so that if folks would like to welcome the new officers, we can have a moment to do that. We'll start back in 5 minutes. Okay, we will resume the meeting. The next item on the agenda is approval of the final agenda. Were there any proposed changes to the agenda tonight?
No proposed changes, Mayor.
Okay, move right on to citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda during this period. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2023-01, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. To facilitate public comment, the deputy city clerk will alert speakers when there are 30 seconds remaining. I have comment cards from Eris Weaver, Jenny Blaker, and Neil Hancock. So if you'd like to come. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Those were on 13A. Okay. Sorry. My bad. Okay. Is there anybody wishing to speak on citizens' business or the consent calendar? Can we go to Zoom, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment for citizens' business or the consent calendar. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, great. Is there anyone who'd like to pull the consent calendar item? All right. Any motion?
Move to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the consent calendar passes unanimously. Moving on to direction on future agenda items. Does anyone on the council wish to provide an item for a future agenda? Okay, seeing nobody jumping on that, we're going to move on to our regular agenda. So our first item will be a presentation of the draft Cotati Active Transportation Plan. Turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Council, item 13A, as identified, is a presentation of the draft Cotati Active Transportation Plan, or ATP. The presentation tonight will be made by Eleanor Leshner of Leshner Planning, and she's the lead consultant on the Active Transportation Plan project. As the council knows, this is a partnership on a regional active transportation plan effort. And so Dana Turney with SETA is also on Zoom, I believe. And with that, I'll bring up Eleanor and allow her to take over.
Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for receiving this presentation. As Noah mentioned, the Cotati Active Transportation Plan is part of the countywide Active Transportation Plan update process. And so tonight I'll be walking you through a bit more detail on the draft Active Transportation Plan that we released for public comment last month. So in terms of the agenda, the topics that I want to cover, first I'll be giving an overview of the project, discussing a little bit about our public outreach efforts, and then we'll be diving into going through the draft projects, the project prioritization. We'll be talking also about programs and policies, so both the infrastructure and the education encouragement and supportive programs, and wrapping up with some considerations for implementation. Next slide. So as mentioned, the Cotati plan is part of the overarching countywide plan. We're doing a series of local plan updates. And so for the countywide and all the local plan updates, we followed a similar process as laid out in the slide, starting with task 1, establishing the foundation, understanding existing conditions, doing different technical analyses to understand opportunities to improve facilities for walking and biking. Task 3 was engagement and coordination with other, city councils, planning commissions like this group tonight. And then tasks 1 through 3 really went into developing the draft project list and program recommendations. We've done some work around funding, implementation, how do we implement and put the plan into action. And then today for Cotati, we're at the draft plan stage. Task 6. And so following this meeting and collection of public comments, we'll be preparing the final plan and then coming back to this group for board review and approval in May. So next slide, please. And I wanted to emphasize one of the major updates of this plan, a change from the previous bicycle and pedestrian master plan from 2014, is thinking about how do we create a network that works for people of all ages and abilities, that's comfortable, safe, attractive, for more people to walk and bike for transportation more often. And so what we found in research on active transportation is the largest portion of the population falls in what we call the interested but concerned group. So they're interested in bicycling or walking more, but they're concerned about safety, about feeling comfortable on streets. And so we really want to shift the way that we plan for these facilities to target that group. And so, research nationwide shows that that can be, 60% of the population. And so we really want to focus on that group and making facilities more comfortable for more people. Next slide. So there are three main themes, I would say, for the plan update. I just spoke about all ages and abilities. Other key themes were around regional connections, so looking both at the local scale for Cotati, but then also looking regionally, what are relevant regional routes, how can we connect jurisdictions, and then finally a focus on implementation. How can we prioritize projects to be competitive for grant funding, to streamline implementation and turn the plan into reality. So next slide. Just a few notes on outreach. Let's see. So as I understand it, city staff in Cotati began the process of updating the previous bicycle and pedestrian master plan in 2021. So there was some outreach that occurred at that time. And then SCTA was applying for and able to get grant funding to do the countywide update. So the plan kind of transitioned from there in 2020, 2022, 2023. So we really kicked off the process under the SCTA umbrella last fall. So the city had done some pop-up events in 2021 at farmers markets, and then last fall we did 2 events at the farmers market and 1 pop-up event shown on the slide at Oliver's Market. The larger countywide plan effort set up a project website, had a web map, an online survey last fall where we got over, I think, 500 or 600 comments countywide, many comments in Cotati. We were able to use that in coming up with the draft projects. And then finally, last month on February 29th, we hosted a public workshop at the Cotati Smart Depot, where we invited members of the public to come out and talk with city staff and the consultant team, and we gathered a lot of really great feedback, so I really appreciate everyone that came out to that event. Next slide. Now I'm going to show just a few quick series of maps to kind of lay the foundation, some of our early work updating previous maps to understand what are the existing bikeways in Cotati. I'll just describe a little bit how some of these map series work. So in teal, we have the class 1 multi-use paths. In yellow, we're showing where bike lanes are today. And then orange are class 3 bike routes where there may be signage or sharrows painted on the ground. Next slide. We also did an analysis looking at existing sidewalk gaps around Cotati. So we have identified where there is a sidewalk gap on one side of the street in orange, and then a gap on both sides of the street in brown, just to understand the current lay of the land and where opportunities might be. Next slide. Another analysis we did that ties back to what I was speaking about in terms of understanding where there are opportunities to improve the network for people of all ages and abilities is something we call level of traffic stress. This is an analysis where we look at each roadway segment, looking at number of lanes, what are the existing bikeway facilities, what is the speed limit, and some other factors like volumes to give a score. And we score the streets in terms of level of traffic stress 1 through 4, where level of traffic stress 1 is a low stress facility that is comfortable for most people, more people to walk and bike. And so you'll see the low stress facilities in light blue, those are mainly like residential streets where the speed limit is 25 miles an hour. They're low volumes, that's comfortable even if there isn't a painted bike lane per se. And then level of traffic stress 4 represents the higher stress facilities, and those are in orange. And so you'll see those on the map on like East Cotati, 116, Old Redwood Highway, where there's larger arterials. There may be painted bike lanes, but there are many vehicles traveling at fast speeds. It's not as comfortable for most people. The last thing I'll mention here is we also have overlaid the countywide high injury network, which looks at concentrations of collisions countywide. And so in Cotati, compared to all of the street segments countywide, Old Redwood Highway was highlighted as part of that network. So you'll see that highlighted in yellow. Next slide. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to some of the recommendations. We have developed a vision statement that we've presented to previously and refined with city staff and the Planning Commission. Okay, I'll go ahead and read it. So the vision statement is our guiding principles are to improve safety, connectivity, equity, and quality of life. The transportation system shall be safe and inviting for people of all ages and abilities to walk, bike, and roll for everyday transportation and recreation by providing a continuous interconnected active transportation network linking daily activities and housing and supported by programs and policies that encourage walking, biking, and rolling. Next slide. We've also developed a series of goals for the plan. The first being to create a connected and reliable active transportation network. The second around having a safe and well-maintained network that's aligned with local and regional Vision Zero and safety plans. And finally, to have a plan that's community-oriented and place-based, that's really tailored to different contexts around the county and within Cotati specifically, that support a diversity of uses and users. Next slide. So now I'm going to move into talking about the draft projects. So there's a series of 3 slides. The first slide here shows the proposed bikeway and corridor projects. These are numbered, and there's more details in the draft plan and the packet with descriptions for each of these projects. And I have some backup slides if we want to get into the nitty-gritty of the project descriptions. So just at a high level, though, I will share these are also color-coded, so similar to the map I showed before, we have multi-use paths in teal, bike lanes in yellow, bike routes in orange, and then separated bikeways in dark blue. 2 facility types I'll call out here are bicycle boulevards is a newer facility type, so those are orange where there's an outline around the project. And so these go beyond your typical bike route where there's a sign and sharrows, but have traffic calming, are considered neighborhood bikeways that are more comfortable and have additional improvements to make it comfortable for people of all ages and abilities. Finally, I'll note we have identified, I believe, 3 corridor studies within Cotati. So these are cases where more study is needed, and we're not yet defining the facility type. Next slide. This slide shows the proposed sidewalk projects and crossing improvements. So from that sidewalk gap analysis that I shared, we have elevated certain segments where sidewalks may be needed on at least one side of the street. And we've also identified, I believe, 6 crossing improvements, which are shown in the orange circles. Next slide. And then this final map shows the proposed network overlaid on the existing network. So the existing network is shown in a finer line weight, and the proposed network is in a thicker line weight, so you can see the eventual vision for the active transportation network in Cotati. Next slide. Now I'm going to speak a bit about the program and policy recommendations. So on the program side, we have 4 proposed programs in the draft plan. One is to create, to formalize an active transportation program that has staff assigned to monitoring and implementing the active transportation plan, identifying potential funding sources, applying for grants, etc. The second piece is a potential transportation demand management program looking at opportunities to leverage countywide transportation demand management program, bringing it to the local level, working with larger residential developments or employers to encourage non-auto modes, doing education and encouragement around that and how that could help support the goals of the active transportation plan. The third piece is around having a sidewalk and crosswalk maintenance program and tracking sidewalk projects and gap closure efforts. The final piece is around bicycle parking, codifying what that means for potentially new development or identifying locations throughout town where bike parking may be needed. Next slide. The next couple of slides have a lot of information on them. I'm not going to go necessarily through each policy one by one, but I did want to include this in the presentation. We have identified a series of policies that relate back to those three main goals. So these first two slides show policies that are related to the connected and reliable goal. If you go to the next slide. I think just in the interest of time, I'll kind of pass through these and we can come back if folks have particular questions. So then we have, I think, a couple more, maybe 6 policies under the safe and well-maintained goal. And then finally, I think about 10 under the community-oriented and place-based goal. We have a couple of different policies there. Now I want to move into the implementation piece. So a key piece of our implementation plan is how we prioritize projects. So we identified 7 criteria that are aligned with funding opportunities so that the projects that are prioritized as top priorities are well set up to go after grant funding opportunities. So those criteria include looking at safety, disadvantaged communities, being near transit, being near schools. If it's on a regional route, part of the countywide plan, looking at the regional connections, and what if it reduces walking or biking stress in a town center or activity hub like the downtown or priority development areas. And then the final piece is how well the project is supported by the community. Next slide. And so we've prioritized the projects into 3 different buckets. Tier 1 represent the highest priority projects that are most aligned with local and regional active transportation goals. They'd be prioritized first, and then we have Tier 2 and Tier 3. Next slide. So this slide provides a high-level summary matching the project numbers that I showed in the maps with which tier they've been prioritized as. And again, I have some other slides in the back that break it out by tier if we want to get into that detail. Next slide. In addition to looking at the infrastructure side, we've also created some implementation timelines for the program or policy actions. So these identify the timeline and then which party is responsible for implementing them. Next slide. We've also identified funding sources both at the regional and state level. Next slide. And then also at the federal level. So there are a lot of different opportunities these days to pursue active transportation projects. So there's more information about this in the plan and will also be included in the countywide portion of the plan as well. Next slide. Finally, we have developed a series of monitoring metrics that are tied back to those 3 goals that we've discussed. And so we have 2 measures under each of those goals, such as tracking the miles of bikeway facilities in Cotati, the number of collisions involving pedestrians and bicyclists, or looking at active transportation improvements near transit. Next slide. Wrapping up, looking at next steps, we're here tonight at the City Council meeting. We're going to also be presenting to the Planning Commission next week on the 18th. Public comments are due on March 25th, and from that point, we will be preparing the final active transportation plan to then bring back to Planning Commission and City Council, hopefully in May, if all goes well. So with that, I will close my presentation and move to Q&A. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions from the council? Good, go ahead.
So I've been asked to ask, I live on the west side, and particularly on School right now, when you're driving down that road, we often have to pull to the side to let another car go by. And so, although I totally see that we need sidewalks and I'd love for there to be a bike lane, I'm wondering how they're going to manage that. And like, do you know how they're managing that in like the more rural type roads?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a good point. I think, yeah, in terms of where there may be a bikeway and a sidewalk planned on the same street and it may be narrow, we may want to look at like a trail facility or something that can accommodate both people walking and biking. I don't know if Noah wants to add
Yeah,
anything.
I can say there's many locations throughout town where the width of the available right-of-way is actually fairly significant compared to the existing pavement. And so I know we've been working with Public Works Department and to explore options for how to best get some of this infrastructure constructed in light of the existing constraints. But just know basically what the existing pavement is does not necessarily limit what ultimate improvements could be because of the right-of-way.
Okay. And then the other question was about lighting. That's not part of this, correct? Or is it?
We're not doing a deep dive on lighting in particular, but I think we know that lighting is important for safety. So I would say that could fall under the policies or program measures, but we're not doing like a deep dive where specifically lighting is needed as part of the study.
Okay, so just, you know, in particular on the west side, there's really not a lot of lighting, especially like, for example, under the tunnel is good on School, but pretty much the rest of the street is just dark. So, you know, adding bicycles with no lighting could be creating danger as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Sylvia?
Yeah, I have a question. I know there's like a lot of projects planned tier 1 to tier 3, and I saw a lot of funding sources too, and I see that it's a countywide, a lot of other cities. Do we have funding for all those projects, or is there going to be some sort of agreement so that we can go after funding together, or are we kind of on our own?
Yeah, that's a great question. I wonder if Dana from SCTA might have a thought on that. I know she's on Zoom.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So the plan is aspirational, and so there, you know, I would just say, to be blunt, that no, there's not funding identified for all of these projects, but you know, through the prioritization process, we are trying to raise to the top projects that are kind of aligned with funding sources that are available and should be the first projects that the city seeks to get funding for. So there a number of funding sources are identified in the plan, which the city can go after funding for, and SCTA can certainly partner with the city to identify that funding and implementation of the projects.
And I would just add, you know, these are long-term plans, so our current plan's been in place since 2014, and having these projects identified in the ATP allows us to leverage all available resources. So if a private development comes in, they're required to build their piece of the infrastructure that's identified in the plan. Having it in a plan then allows us to target grant applications included in CIP projects if the council identifies certain specific segments as critical. So this is kind of the first step for a long-term vision for how we'll accommodate ATP throughout the community.
Yes.
And just to add to that, Dana's being a little shy there. I know that SCTA is constantly looking to see what grants are out there so that we can fulfill these. So they're always looking and lifting up those rocks. So I'm sure that she'll continue to do that. My question is around a couple of the policies that you have in here. Somewhat, they're a little conflicting, and it talks about things in the way. So one thing that gets talked about a lot, and there's a lot of chatter about it, is trash bins. So that gets talked about a lot, and on one policy it says don't put it on the sidewalk, and on another policy it says don't put it in the bike lane. I'd like to know what it is that we're supposed to do with it, and especially since we require that all residences have trash, and we have to work with whoever the hauler is to do that. So is there any consideration for what it is that we're supposed to do? I don't have a solution, but, and I don't know whether that's a question for you or Noah, but.
Yeah, I would say, you know, that's a perspective that we hear from a lot of the kind of bicycle advocate community, pedestrian walking advocate community, and we have to balance that with the realities of daily trash pickup. So I don't have a good answer today because it also really matters about individual situations. In some situations, there's not going to be options, and others there may be available options, and so we kind of have to look at it on a case by case. But maybe we could you know, add some additional qualifying language to address that kind of reality that we have to thread.
That's good to hear, you know, a more common sense approach, because I would hate that there was some mention in there about basically arresting people for, you know, inciting people for this. And there is a reality of what, you know, what from a common sense perspective you do, because sometimes trash bins have to be out there for a short period of time, and as long as people don't leave them out there. Anyways.
Okay, any other questions from the council? I had a handful of questions. I'm looking at our packet pages, but I'll try to do figure numbers as well. On packet page 157, which was figure 7, that has the existing and proposed transportation network. I had questions about two of the things on here. There's a proposed bike boulevard running along what I think is supposed to be Lincoln Avenue, connecting to the McGinnis pathway eastward all the way across the railroad tracks. And I'm curious, how was the path going to go across the railroad tracks, or is that an error, or what's planned there?
So I'll jump in on. So as a part of the Santero Way specific plan update, as a part of all of our discussions about intensifying land uses on a cul-de-sac, we need additional EVA access. Further, there's a lot of transit-oriented development policies coming down from the Bay Area and the state seeking to add additional connectivity. So I think the idea that the plan is aspirational is good to keep in mind here, but we do think it's a good idea to try to get some bicycle and pedestrian crossings to feed into the Santero neighborhood. And so this is a plan that shows that aspirational goal.
And is that, am I reading it right, that that's kind of going through the Access Rohnert Park parking lot?
So right now that is shown as a path through Rohnert Park development. That's exactly right. Obviously that's in Rohnert Park's jurisdiction. We have no control over that.
Yeah.
Rohnert Park's also going through this update process after us. And so we've been coordinating with them on some potential options for ATP circulation connectivity into Santero. From their perspective, it's going to be into their neighborhoods. And so we're trying to coordinate on those efforts. As we get more input from them, this plan can sharpen up, but it could be that we add some qualifying language that says, you know, basically the exact location of this crossing may be dependent on future development. Something like that to address the need for flexibility.
Thank you. Another question on that map, the East Cotati Avenue, there's a policy, I've lost exactly where the policy is, but proposing that we add some kind of protected bike lane path either along East Cotati or at some other location. And I noticed on East Cotati, it's just labeled as corridor study. Does that mean we don't know what the solution is going to be yet? We're still thinking about it. What does corridor study mean? on the
So
map?
I can take this one as well. So you've probably heard of Class 4 bike lanes, which are, there's some in Petaluma and Santa Rosa right now, which have the dividers. So we actually think West Sierra out here and East Cotati are potential locations for a pilot program for a Class 4 in Cotati. There's a lot of issues to work out with that. One question right now is how do you clean the gutters if the street sweeper can't get into access to there? So we want to do a corridor study to identify it, or maybe give it a trial period to try to figure out various options for how we could address some of the issues related to having separated, delineated bike lanes that are protected from traffic, but also affect the ability to do maintenance. So that's the goal with that policy.
Okay, thank you. Another question I had is we received some public comment from the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition stating that they believe we should remove Class 3 bike lanes from our toolbox and that they're not an effective tool. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that, and is that what we're calling bike boulevards in the plan, is the Class 3 bike lanes? And do you think we should include them? And if so, I just want to hear a little more about that.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think current state of the practice is, moving away from traditional Class 3 bike routes where it's just like a sign and or sharrows on the ground. To me, a bicycle boulevard is really a step up from there. It takes into consideration the all ages and abilities philosophy and trying to make it low stress. So it really is something that is distinct from a traditional Class 3. So it has maybe traffic calming, whether those are like speed bumps or chicanes to move traffic from side to side, really with an eye towards not only having like a low speed limit of 25 miles per hour, but making sure that people go 25 miles an hour or less.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question I had was regarding the transportation demand management policy. As I was reading through that initially, I was a little unclear on what the responsibilities of our own planning department would be on that, and how much would be just kind of tying into what the county is doing. And then I read, subsequent to having that question myself, I read some public comments saying this seems a little aspirational for a small city. So I'm just curious if you could, maybe Mr. Hausch, if you could talk a little bit about that portion of it and what that's going to look like.
All I would say is I have those same concerns, and the consultant will be getting some comments from the department regarding that policy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, question?
I'd like to follow on to your question. So on West Sierra, do we have enough right-of-way to do anything more? Because that's already pretty skinny where we're at.
So the idea would be to take the existing bike lanes and to install some of the ground-mounted barriers, the plastic ones, as a trial. That's one of the concepts we've been discussing.
Okay, and then on East Cotati Avenue, are you thinking that we would reduce the number of lanes?
That one requires more study. It was more, again, to create some separated bike lanes, but there's a lot more kind of interactions amongst, there's more parking there's more driveway. That one's much more challenging. I think West Sierra here is a good kind of interesting option to start to look at. West Cotati, it's a good east-west traveling corridor, so it's intriguing as an option for getting people to cross town, and even in regional areas throughout the county and other communities, but it's just a lot more complicated, so that's why it's a study.
Well, yes, and the more that gets built out that way, the more traffic that is there, and so that's why I was wondering about the number of lanes. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask on School Road, not the like from West Sierra, like you cross 101 and then you turn right after. They, recently put in that lovely sort of separated kind of sandy area, which is really, really nice, but there's no lights on it at all. So during the day, it's phenomenal. And then as soon as the sun goes down, you can't see it all. And so I just want to, reiterate that these are lovely ideas, and I want and I think that kind of idea is really great because it does feel really safe and it is really calm, and people walk their dogs and ride their bikes and little kids on trikes and stuff when the traffic goes by and they're perfectly safe, which is great. But again, at night, you can't see it all. So I just want to make sure that I understand it's not like the most important thing, but to have it be a consideration when they're going to put these things in so that they can be used more than just during the day.
Yeah, thank you. Great comment.
Okay, any other questions? All right. I do have comment cards that are for this item, I believe. So, let's see, I'd like to invite Eris Weaver to come speak.
Hi, I'm here both as a very long-term Cotati resident and someone who's ridden my bike around this town for 45 years, and also as executive director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. You already got a very long and detailed line-by-line commentary from my staff and I, which I won't repeat, but I wanted to touch on a couple of the things, then the questions that came up as you all were talking. The question of trash bins. California Vehicle Code prohibits obstructing a bike lane, including leaving trash cans in it. There are a few exceptions, and the vehicle coming through and doing them, that's an exception, but leaving them there is not. And in the last 9 months, I've had reported to me and met 2 people who have had severe injuries, cyclists who were trying to navigate riding their bike on a busy street where the bike lane was obstructed with trash bins. So we've been working with Recology about trying to figure out other ways to deal with this issue, but then it's also an issue that every city has to look at. You have to plan for a place for trash bins, right? And not either impact pedestrians or cyclists. Why do I hate Class 3 bike lanes and want it just taken out of the standards everywhere? Because I have just seen too many times where a jurisdiction paints a few sharrows and then gets to say, we just built 3 more miles of bike facilities, when a sharrow doesn't actually change behavior of either cyclists or drivers. It does not make the street any safer. The only thing that makes streets safer are Class 1 or Class 4 protected bike lanes. Class 2 can be a little bit better, but it doesn't get new people riding. The ones who are concerned about safety aren't going to change their behavior because of some paint on the street. The protected bike lanes are something that we are encouraging all the jurisdictions to make the default because they are more safe. And in terms of cleaning them, there are sweepers for bike lanes, and I've been working with Recology to try for them to get one. And we recently borrowed, there's a gentleman in the South Bay who's invented a bike lane sweeper that is pulled by a bike. If you go to our YouTube channel and our Facebook page, you will see pictures of me and my staff riding around, hauling this bike lane sweeper and sweeping the lane. So there are numerous solutions to the problem of keeping those clean. I'd be happy to bring it out here and give you all a demo because we have it for another month. What else did I want to mention? I think that's it. I just also want to just say how much I've enjoyed, my staff and I have enjoyed working with the staff and the consultants and other activists and other people here in town to help make us a safer and funner place to ride a bike and walk. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. I have a comment card from Jenny Blaker.
Thank you. I did send an email letter, and I won't go into all the details, but just wanted to say a few main things. First of all, thank you to the staff and the consultants and the Sonoma County Bike Coalition for all their work. I've really been impressed by the outreach to the community, holding buildings in places other than City Hall, having events at Cotati Station, at the farmers markets, and so on. It's really been a great example of good public outreach, I think. Secondly, I have noticed that there seems to be far less interest in general in sidewalks than in everything else. And I know in some areas, sidewalks are badly needed and it's not safe. without them. But otherwise, I would suggest that sidewalks mostly be tier 3 unless the neighbors really want them. Because in some areas, like where I live, we actually don't want them and don't see the point. In terms of outreach, I think it would be great to have more outreach to Sonoma State University, because there's so many students that drive everywhere and could easily be encouraged to bicycle to and from Cotati if it was safe and easy and they knew where to go and how to do it. In terms of the trash cans, I think it's far more dangerous for cyclists to have trash cans in the bike lane, because it does force you to cycle out into fast-moving traffic, whereas at least on foot, everybody's, you're going at a slower pace and you can walk around them, unless perhaps you're disabled or you're pushing a pushchair with kids in it or something like that. In terms of the maps, I was wondering if it would be possible to extend them a little bit, just to show the potential regional connectivity a little bit more clearly, because there is the possibility of having bicycle connections all the way from Cotati to Sebastopol, including Stony Point Road could be shown on the map. And in the southeast, there's already a pretty easy way to get from Willow Avenue to East Railroad Avenue to the Smart Trail. And makes it very easy to go much further north and south as the Smart Trail develops. I think that's it. All my other comments really were details on the list of projects. So that's all down there in writing. I won't say any more. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comment. And I have a comment card from Neil Hancock.
Yes, good evening, Council. Thank you very much. Good to have all the outreach on this. Really appreciate it in the way it's being collected. In looking through the documents and all of what we're coming up with, I also come up with what I think of as common sense. And so there has been statements elsewhere, including with ChatGPT, that you can have something really intelligent and it can lack common sense. And I think systems like that. So what I'd suggest a common sense identifier is that for drivers, they need to be able to see pedestrians when there's a pedestrian in their path. So that's two ways. The pedestrian needs to be visible, and really the driver needs to be going in a vehicle slow enough to be able to do it. Sacramento also has come up with this, I think, with their new AB 413, which is saying that round walkways, you want 20 feet visibility for a pedestrian that's actually there. Similarly, for one of the policies, I've suggested that, I think it's policy 2.3, action 234, of having the flashing signs, the flashing oblong signs, which are very nice, but what really comes up when I'm on them at night, walking to City Hall or other things, is some lights that could come on and just make any pedestrian visible, because again, the drivers are paying attention to some degree. They have those flashing lights, but if they're going at a safe speed, having a person come up visible should be something that makes them pay attention, I think. The other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is the conjunction with really water issues. The more sidewalks we put in, the more we have water that's going to probably be flushed off. So we want, for the pedestrian sidewalks, I mean, there is value in having them for certain areas where there's high traffic, but I think there'd be a benefit in designing rural road standards where in some cases there may not be need for a sidewalk on both sides, or at least have one side designated for essentially some greenery, and also the ability to infiltrate so that the trees can survive. So we have a little bit of a conjunction there. And I think it can work together. I mean, the issue with vehicles on a residential road passing each other and slowing down, I think is a benefit. I actually see it in other cities where their vehicles have to slow down, If it's got a lot of traffic on it and it's a through road, then yes, there's a two-way side to it. But there's some roads in Rona Park where you go on it and you have to be a lot more careful about what you're actually doing. So anyway, those my basic comments on there. The rest I'll put in writing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to make a public comment? All right, can we go to Zoom?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment on this item. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, great, thank you. I'd like to open it up now to additional comments and discussion with the city council. Does anyone have any comments they'd like to make? Yes.
I just want to thank the public for their comments and also check and see if the consultant and staff has considered some of the different items that they brought up on it.
I guess I'll open that up to you. Are there any specific comments that you've received from the public that you've already made or incorporated into the plan?
Well, so the point of this effort is, we're still in the public comment period, so it's been a lot of outreach to gather public input to create this draft, and then now the goal is to refine it based on additional input that we're receiving. So we have not started to, sharpen the pencil and get to some of these comments in any way that by the staff level. I'm sure the consultants have been thinking about them and already started to think about how to address those things. But that's not something staff would see until after the close of the comment period and the consultants had it for a little while.
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with some of the comments that were made on the rural areas. I think we have to come up with a better solution there. A lot of the rural areas don't want your standard curb and gutter sidewalk. We certainly have some examples of good ways to keep folks separated, the pathways over on the west side and the pathway up over, because right now with nothing there, what ends up happening is the cars think that the whole road is there. And in some of our rural areas, there is nowhere to step off the road. And you literally are kind of stuck out there. And I've had that happen quite a lot. So I think we do have to come up with, maybe some path solutions to kind of keep folks safe in the rural areas. So that's my 2 cents.
Great. Any comments over here?
Well, I'm sure if AB 413, it looks like it is chaptered, it's a real thing now, and that certainly ought to be reflected in policy 2.3. Obviously, it's state law, we're going to have to do it, but we probably should include it here that we're going to pull back the parking from crosswalks as required. On the sidewalk, I would be perfectly happy with something that says, sidewalk or path, but I don't. One reason why people might not want sidewalks in their neighborhood is they don't want people walking through their neighborhoods, and that's not an acceptable reason to me to not have a sidewalk or a path. And so I think providing safe passage for people to be able to walk through all our streets is important. And if we call it sidewalk or path, that's fine with me. But saying it's okay to have streets that aren't safe to walk down isn't okay with me.
All right, thank you. Yep, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm just going to make one quick comment about that too. I happen to live where the sidewalk ends, to Aaron, right, what's his name? And, right when I was moving in, I immediately tripped and fell right in where there were some leaves covering the gap, right? Which I didn't realize was there because the leaves were covering it. And, I'm 57, so I'm fine, but I live next to people in their 80s, and across the street are people in their, probably also 80s or late 70s. And You know, I'm fine. I was, you know, bruised, but okay. And I hate to think of what could have happened if it was one of the older people in my neighborhood. And so, and I think the problem with that is more about what you were talking about with the easements, because, you know, they have a driveway that comes out to the street and then a culvert, and then on the other side of the culvert is where the sidewalk ends. So there's no, you know, so something, you know, engineering feat is going to have to take place, a marvel, to, you know, solve that problem. And I know that that's not just in front of my house, but, you know, in a lot of, especially in Western Cotati, in the west side, I know there's quite a bit of areas like that, which are more rural and which are smaller. And I just wanted to bring that up as something that, you know, it is, I get that. I mean, personally, I love it when people walk through my neighborhood and I get to like meet people that are just randomly walking past with their dogs or whatever. But, you know, it is a concern. It is something I worry about when people come. And so now I have this big giant, you know, don't come here kind of sign right in front of my house, which is not very welcoming. But, you know, once the sidewalk is done, then that horrible sign can finally come down and, you know, it'll just feel more welcoming to walkers and cyclists in Cotati in general. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Sure.
Sorry, I got sidetracked just thinking about the sidewalk issue, but I also wanted to go back to the bike stuff. So the Bike Coalition encouraged us to include specific, the NACTO best practices guide in policy 1.6. Currently, you know, the action is to adopt a complete streets ordinance, and I would think the consideration of the specific set of best practices policies we're going to adopt would happen when we consider the ordinance. Like I wouldn't advocate naming a particular thing here without us actually seeing it and going through it as considering it now. So I think the policy as the action as it's currently written is fine, and I imagine this NACTO best practices guide is probably the way to go, but I don't even know it, so I'm not going to advocate for putting it in this plan. The class 3 and bike boulevards, I get it that poorly done class 3s are no help and just a way for jurisdictions to pat themselves on the back. But I'm also not willing to get rid of the notion of a bike boulevard as an alternative to biking down East Cotati. Like the boulevard down Lincoln to the SMART station would be fantastic, and especially if it were narrow enough that cars were forced to go so slowly. I've lived in Seattle where streets are so narrow that everybody has to pull in at an intersection, wait for the block to clear before the car can go the other direction. So the cars are automatically slowed way down. I'm not proposing that we make Lincoln that narrow, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to make it into a wide, like it's already pretty wide right now. I would rather see it calmed and narrowed than just throw some stripes on the ground and call it bike lanes. I don't think those help more than the bike boulevard that's envisioned. So I'm not in favor of totally throwing out class 3, but I would like to. I would love it if we had better design standards that actually said what that meant and could, what sort of facilities would look good as a neighborhood residential area bike route, something like that. And I don't know if that's in here in the policies, like we actually create some standards for what we can legitimately call a bike route, a class 3 bike route. That's much more stringent than just throwing a Sharrow on.
Can I pose that as a question? Do we have, I know there was a picture with the toolbox and all the different tools for bicycle facilities, but do we have a definition of class 3 bike lanes or bike boulevards in the plan, or?
We do have, a written description.
I'm so sorry. Could you come to the mic just so people on Zoom can hear you? Yeah.
Yes, so we have, I think, a high-level description of the different classes in the plan, And then my understanding is as the Cotati local plan will sit under the countywide plan, there'll probably be more information in the countywide plan to kind of point back to, so we can make that more clear, whether it's a set of design guidelines or a reference out to like a NACTO guideline or something at a national level.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I had some comments that were just pretty high level comments. Three comments. First, I agreed with some of the public comment about that we received in writing about the diagrams being a little unintuitive and hard to comprehend. I liked the suggestion of using dashed lines for proposed projects or something like that. The thinner line and thicker line of the same color was pretty hard for me to grasp on the maps easily. And also the color differences were in some cases too close to each other to be able to tell what was going on. And I don't know if they were selected to be accessible to colorblind people or not. Some of the shades looked very similar to one another. So I would suggest, since this is going to be a public document that we live with for a long time, that we do need to improve the visibility of the diagrams somehow. I also really thought the suggestion to zoom out a little bit and include more of the regional connections on perhaps like a separate figure that would show how everything connects farther out was a great suggestion, especially since we're working together with the county as part of like a broader plan. Should be pretty doable to hopefully to do that. So that was my one comment, is just to make the diagrams a little easier to read. As far as policies, on packet page 162, flip over to there, I was looking at policy 15. As part of city or private development projects, enhance pedestrian and bicycle facilities along or adjacent to all arterial roadways, including East Cotati Avenue, Old Redwood Highway, between 116 and East Cotati, Redwood Drive, Highway 116, and Valparaiso. Class 1 and Class 4 bike lanes should be the first choice in design of all new multimodal infrastructure. I thought that was great. I would like to, if feasible, I'd like to pull out the connection between west of 101 into Old Redwood Highway as a separate policy, because we're going to have so much new housing development in that neighborhood. It almost feels like it needs to be emphasized more. So either separating it out as a separate policy or just really emphasizing it a little more, that I think it's really high priority to get safe access across the freeway, that people feel comfortable biking and walking. We've had so much feedback from neighbors in that area that they don't even feel like they're part of Cotati. They go to Rohnert Park for all their needs because getting into Cotati is actually more difficult than getting to Rohnert Park from where they live. So it just feels really important to elevate to me. So that was a comment. And then my third comment, when I was reading through this, I had written a note to myself, walking path condition index, and I made up a new initialism for it. And then as I was reading Neil's comment, he had something else, pavement person rolling walking safety. And so we're both making up different acronyms for this, but so I guess we have the same idea. But I was thinking, when we do our capital improvement plan and we look at our road improvement projects for the year, we're always trying to maximize our road condition index, and that really keeps us honest and keeps us looking at all the roads and car infrastructure throughout the city. I would love to see us have some kind of equivalent for not just sidewalks, but walking paths. We've been doing a lot more decomposed granite pathways, and I've noticed some of those have already begun to degrade a little bit and are needing a little bit of maintenance. So I would propose policy 2.1 on page 163 should, instead of just sidewalk repair, so policy 2.1 says develop and operationalize a sidewalk repair program. I would want to change that to sidewalk and walking path repair and maintenance program to ensure the city maintains or enforces maintenance of sidewalks and walking paths. And maybe we should even have a bicycle paths, lanes, basically any active transportation, separate lanes, paths, all of that. We should have a repair and maintenance program so that we're including that in everything we do in our capital improvement project each year. So those were my high level comments. And then I just had a question, which is, I saw the comments for this are due on March 25th? Did I get the date right? And council members are supposed to submit comments directly to staff if we have further comments. Is that the right way to do it?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, this is, it's a public comment period, but we're hoping to get comments from everyone who's interested. So council, commission, if you have comments beyond what was provided tonight, you can submit those comments directly to me and I'll disseminate them to the consultant and senior planner Harris, who's the lead staff on it.
Okay, great, because I would like to go with a fine tooth comb through some of the public comment we received tonight and submit more detailed things in the future. Okay, thank you. Did anyone else have any last comments? Okay, we already did public comment, right? Okay.
No, just thanks for this.
Yeah.
It's looking
Yeah.
great. This is a great draft, and I'm very happy to see it to this stage.
All right, thank you so much. So next item on our agenda is going to be review the proposed Sonoma water transmission system budget for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. Mr. Scott, will you be taking this item? Okay.
Mayor, members of the council, Craig Scott, Public Works Director, City Engineer. We bring this item before you every year as a prime water contractor. We get wholesale water from Sonoma Water, and we, along with other prime contractors, have our electeds on a water advisory committee, and we also have a technical advisory committee representing contractors' interests made up of staff from those agencies. The Technical Advisory Committee, also referred to as TAC, we met on March 4th and received a report from the TAC Budget Subcommittee, who had been meeting for about 6 weeks with the water agency staff to discuss in detail the budget. At that March 4th meeting, the TAC received a report from this budget subcommittee in support of the budget, and the TAC overall unanimously approved or supported the budget. And so this support vote, it goes towards the WAC for their April 1st meeting, where they get to vote on the budget. Okay, so as I mentioned, the TAC Budget Subcommittee met several times. Well, before I go into that, we do have, I'm just giving an overview of the item, and then Jake Spalding, who's a finance manager with Sonoma Water, and Lynn Rosselli, administrative and finance services manager, will be doing the bulk of the presentation. But I did want to give the staff's insights into our review of the budget. Additionally, we received a comment from a member of the public from Cotati. So it was regarding groundwater management and stormwater recharge. So I passed that comment on to the presenters, and so it might get addressed during the presentation. During the meetings with the budget subcommittee, it's really a good interaction. You know, we get to present questions, and then those questions come back in writing from the water agency staff, and it's kind of an iterative process. I think from this year's process, we found there's a couple outstanding questions that we didn't feel satisfied getting answered, and that was there's a $65 million tank recoating project. Granted, it's spread out over 12, 15 years or so, but without exception, the contractors with their tank recoating projects, we put it on our capital program, and so we're able to get bond financing and you know, spread that cost out. in the water agency's budget, that just hits the budget like a ton of bricks with a $9 million. And then it got pared down by $4 million, and that brought the rate down dramatically. But there's always a question, are these projects deliverable? Is it feasible to deliver that amount of projects, as well as being able, you know, are there opportunities to finance those big hits to the budget? Another sort of comment we had were there was a few studies that seem to be ongoing studies that go on forever, and that one is the resiliency study, and it was hard to believe it was started back in 2019, and we're getting another request for funding in the hundreds of thousands, 100,000 plus. I might be corrected on that. Again this year. And it's laudable, you know, for the study's objective is laudable as it gets us prepared for droughts and seismic, and, you know, makes us the system more resilient, but it just never seems to have an end. There's other studies in that category. They're proposing a water system comprehensive master plan. It's like, okay, we really need this now. And that's an expensive plan, or it has a relatively high cost. And then we've got questions on which is an ongoing dialogue, and it's been pretty constructive about their long-term capital program and what their projected rate impacts are. And so every year when we come back to this point, we have some kind of relative idea of how we're doing for what we're planning for, you know. So if it, obviously when we go through a drought and the water production deliveries go way down, that impacts the budget dramatically, and that's really not predictable. But if it's not that, if it's some big hit by projects, improvements that they're making, we would like to know. We get to kind of scrutinize that a little bit more. So with that, I'll go ahead and have Jake Spalding take it from here. Thanks.
Good morning, City. Good morning. Good evening, City Council members. As Craig mentioned, my name's Jake Spalding. I'm the finance manager with Sonoma Water. So today I'm going to provide you with a quick overview of our 24-25 proposed budget and rates for the water transmission system. And then, as Craig mentioned, Lynn and I are available for any questions you may have after this presentation. So each year we do develop a budget that allows us to meet our operations, our maintenance, our capital needs, as well as regulatory demands. This year, similar to last year, we do have a heightened need for infrastructure repairs and upgrades so that we can continue to operate and maintain the system 24/7. Next slide, please. As you probably all know, Sonoma Water has several aqueducts. There are three of them. There's the Santa Rosa, the Petaluma, and the Sonoma Aqueduct. Water contractors are located off of one of these, and they pay the rate associated with that aqueduct. This community obviously is served by the Petaluma Aqueduct. Next slide. Craig went over the process a little bit, but we're pretty proud of the process we have in our budgeting. As he mentioned, we submit a draft budget to the TAC ad hoc budget subcommittee each year in mid-January, and then we work through a transparent and collaborative process with all the water contractors before finally bringing it to our board for approval in April. And I do want to say thank you to Craig for his participation in that, so thank you. Next slide. Just a little more background. The water transmission system is actually comprised of multiple funds, which you can see on the slide. Each one of these funds has its own budget and rate, and then those are all combined to create the rates that contractors end up paying. Next slide. So challenges. Sonoma Water, we do have a relatively robust water system, but there are several challenges that we're facing which are not unique to us. The first one is that the restructured agreement for water supply, which is the agreement between us and all the water contractors, does stipulate that we use a fully volumetric rate. Growth in water deliveries in the past 3, 5, and 10 years has actually been negative. And so that has put additional pressure on the rates because of this fully volumetric rate structure. It was intensified, obviously, during the historic drought. Last year was actually our lowest water delivery year on record, and we sold just over 36,000 acre feet. As we stated last year, most of our facilities are also 45 to 65 years old. Roughly 40% of them only have 10 to 20% of their useful life left. And, you know, not too different than owning an aging car, repair and maintenance needs increase with age. In addition to the effects of age, the system is vulnerable to an array of natural hazards, primarily flood, fire, and earthquake. Earthquakes are our biggest vulnerability in terms of extensive damage to the system and also the potential for service disruptions to the customers we serve. And I'm mentioning all this just because the budget we're presenting today does include efforts to address all these challenges. Next slide. So what's in the budget? On the capital side, we've been making good progress on key hazard mitigation projects this fiscal year, and we continue to advance these projects to increase reliability and also reduce our vulnerability to natural hazards. You can see on this slide some of the natural hazard projects that we have in the budget for 24-25. All of these projects provide some benefit to the city of Cotati, but a few of them in particular serve everyone off of the Petaluma Aqueduct. Those are the Eli Booster Station, the Wilford Booster Station, as well as the liquefaction mitigation, pump and motor control replacement, and the seismic retrofits of the storage tanks as they're getting recoated. We also have been able to make use of more than $10 million in FEMA funding in the past couple of years for hazard mitigation projects, and we have every intention of continuing to seek out additional funds. Next slide. So in addition to the hazard mitigation projects on the capital side, we do other projects that help build system resiliency and reliability. As you can see on this slide, there's a bunch of projects that are budgeted for 24-25. We've made a lot of progress on these, some of these projects because some of them are multi-year projects. In particular, the Santa Rosa Plain Wells project. You can see that there are 2 wells listed on this slide. We were able to get the first well up in time to make use of it during the historic drought, which helped provide some reliability to the system. We do anticipate that all 3 of the wells will be fully functional by the end of 24-25, and will be able to serve the communities in future droughts. Next slide, please. On the O&M side, we've highlighted a few of the priority projects here. It's not a comprehensive list, but these are several of the more, the higher priority ones. A few of them just to point out, you know, the Aqueduct Cathodic Protection Program. It's a multi-phase, multi-year program that helps prevent corrosion in the aqueducts that transport the water. As Craig mentioned, we do have a tank rehab and recoat program going on. That's also a multi-year project. And we are building in emergency inventory so that if there is a seismic event, we have the inventory on hand to fix the problems. These are our highest priority projects, and they're integral to maintaining the system. Because our infrastructure is aging, you know, we really do have the need to increase repairs and maintenance on the system, as well as keep it ready for natural hazards. In addition to, on the tank maintenance side, in addition to the fact that we did clean and make minor repairs on 6 tanks this year, we do have 3 tank recoats that are in progress. We're almost complete with 1 tank. Cotati 1 is also under construction, so that directly serves this community. Cotati 3 tank is under design, and we anticipate advertising that before this fiscal year ends. And then we're going to be advertising 2 additional tank recoats in 24-25. Next slide. On the subfund side, this is work that is for the biological opinion, water supply planning, water conservation. We continue to work on the Dry Creek Habitat Enhancement Project. We're making progress implementing phases 4, 5, and 6. And we do get significant savings on these projects because the Army Corps picks up 65% of the cost. Sonoma Water and the Sonoma Marin Water Saving Partnership also continue to implement their programs, which are, you know, very robust, very successful, both on the water conservation and on the education side. And those projects continue to attract a lot of grant funding, which helps us leverage the local dollars. Next slide. So what does the budget look like? Our total proposed budget for the year is $74.43 million. This is offset by 18.13 million in grants, use of fund balance, and bond proceeds. This budget is 6.14 million more than our budget last year. And this is primarily due to the O&M maintenance and the capital needs, offset by some budget reduction measures I'm going to talk about on a future slide. The O&M side really is necessary to make sure that the system is operational 24/7, and the capital budget really is necessary so that we can continue to implement these hazard mitigation as well as reliability projects. I did want to point out that the capital program this year is fully funded by grants, bonds, and use of fund balance, so it doesn't have an effect on the rate. And the sub-funds are showing a decrease, and this was the subject of the public comment. They're showing a decrease primarily because of two things. One, last year, the water conservation, we did have a higher than usual budget because we had a large grant program that was budgeted. This year, we don't have that in the budget, so it's gone down. Also, on the Dry Creek Habitat Enhancement side, we were able to utilize fund balance that we had accumulated over the years so that we didn't have to ask for more. So there is actually no effect. We're not doing less work. It's just not impacting this year's budget as much. Next slide. Real quick, just to show you where our costs go. As you can see on this slide, operations and maintenance is our biggest cost. It's about 61% of our budget. That's followed by capital projects, the sub-funds, and finally debt service. Next slide, please. And to give you a really quick primer on how our rates are calculated, they're done in accordance with the restructured agreement for water supply. And in essence, what we do is we divide the cost of operations and maintenance of the system by the lesser of either the 3-year annual average of water deliveries or the last 12 months. And this one's an animated slide. Can I ask you to hit it 3 or 4 times? And what that does basically is gives you a cost, if you go one more, the cost per acre foot. This is just a simplified version. This isn't totally the rate. But what this shows you is the effect that the fully volumetric aspect of our rate structure has on rate increases. You'll see, as you can see here, the lower number this year is actually the 12-month number. The restructured agreement does have a stipulation that Sonoma Water can propose and the WAC can approve using a number that's different from that if water supply conditions and usage is not represented well by the lower of the two numbers. We did go ahead and do that this year. So we went to the WAC at their February meeting, and we proposed using the 3-year number, which is the higher number rather than the 12-month number. And that was approved. So that what that does is lets us use a number that's 2.3% higher than what it would have been, and that helps relieve some of the pressure on the rates. Next slide. I think you might need to hit it 2 or 3 times. And then one more, please. Just to further exemplify this relationship, had we used the 12-month number, the rates would have been significantly higher, roughly 4.7%. And would have come in almost at 15%. On the flip side, if you look at using a number like 44,500, which is a number we have achieved in years in the not too distant past, the rate increase would have been less than 6%. So this is really just to show you the rate structure and how we really it's very dependent on water deliveries. Next slide, please. Okay, so, as I mentioned, 3 years of drought and then the mandated conservation measures by the state did result in our lowest water sales year on record. That led to lower revenues. It cut into our fund balance reserves that we use to help smooth the rate increases. And even with this 2.3% increase in the delivery number that we're using, the low reserves, the increasing operation and maintenance costs to keep up with, keeping our critical infrastructure up to date and operating 24/7 has really necessitated the need for further rate increases. We did make significant efforts to cut and defer maintenance projects as much as we could. In our process, our budgeting process with the subcommittee, We were able to go back and forth and actually reduce the rate increase for Petaluma Aqueduct customers from 14.71 down to 9.98% by deferring $8.9 million in lower priority maintenance projects, trimming budgets, and using grants, bonds, and fund balance as much as possible. And as I mentioned earlier, also using that 3-year number brought the rate down. I did want to mention also that we do have programmed into the budget the use of $2.25 million in prudent reserve. And if we end up having to use that money, then there is the possibility the WAC might need to vote to replenish those funds, which would have an effect on future rate increases. Next slide. So here you can see the proposed rates using that delivery number. Petaluma is in the middle column. And the proposed rate the Petaluma Aqueduct, which serves this community, is in the middle column, and it has a 9.98% rate increase. If we hadn't used the $18.13 million in grants, bonds, and fund balance, the rate increase would have been closer to 47%. Just to highlight that. So the water contractors do also have discretion to set an aqueduct capital charge. And this acts as both a rate stabilization tool and also builds fund balance for future year capital projects on the aqueducts. The water contractors on this aqueduct did elect to keep it at the same rate as last year, which was 0. So it doesn't affect the rate increase this year. So once again, just our critical infrastructure is aging. A significant portion of it is approaching the end of its useful life. And this combined with substantial levels of deferred maintenance as we've tried to keep rates low in previous years has put pressure on the rates this year. And it underscores the importance of making investments to guarantee that we have a dependable and reliable water source for years to come. Next slide. So real quick, just to compare our rates to other water wholesalers in the area. These are all of our sister agencies that serve the communities around us. We do still continue to have the lowest water rates of any of them. We're on the far left-hand side in the chart here. I would note, all these agencies are facing the same pressures we are with lower deliveries and increasing operations costs. Some of them have passed the rate increases already, and some of them are still in the process. What we have heard from both public and informal conversations is some of them are going for rate increases as high as 15% this year. Next slide. And so the next steps we're here to present to you, hopefully so you can give guidance to your WAC member for their vote on April 8th. And then we'll take the budget to our board on April 16th. And one more slide, I believe. And we did just want to point out these videos. There's a hyperlink on the slide there. Sonoma Water has been putting a lot of effort into trying to communicate with the public more through social media and other avenues to stress the importance of the infrastructure and investments in it. These slides or these videos are all on our YouTube channel. It's a great resource not only for the council but also for the public in general. And the next slide. And with that, Lynn and I are available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you for the very informative and clear presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
So we have kind of this, as usual, double-edged sword here. We have, the good news is people are doing the conservation that we've asked them to do and we've invested in. But the bad news is then the operations are the same, and that causes, with the restructured agreement, issues. So I know we don't want to do this, but has there been any consideration of looking at the restructured agreement? I hate that I'm going to say that.
So, that's certainly a possibility. I think, there have been discussions regarding that among TAC members. That, would it be worthwhile to open up the restructured agreement and to look at different rate structures, and it would, require amending the agreement and getting votes from each of the water contractors' councils. So it is a possibility, certainly something that could be considered and discussed further.
Okay, and it just appears that I know that for a long time, we were trying to keep the rates between 3.5 and 6.9. That appears to be more and more difficult given the combination of things going on. Do we maybe need to reassess, if you will, what the boundaries are that we want to put on that? Because I think that 2 years in a row, around 10% is where we're headed. So that, I guess, I don't know if that's a question for Craig or Lynn, but it seems like we're not getting back down. It's more than just a blip. And I think it has to do with the way we come up with the numbers and the costs of things. And you made an extremely good point that of the aging of our things. I think that one of the things that we did for the Petaluma was we zeroed out our capital, which, while that solves a short-term problem, in the long term, the infrastructure is not getting any younger as we speak. And I think you pointed it out in your report. Due to the age of our critical infrastructure, rising costs, and the backlog of repeatedly deferred maintenance and continued low deliveries, our previous goal is no longer adequate. So I think we may need to reevaluate that. Is that
Yes,
fair?
and we did provide the TAC Budget Subcommittee with some additional information on the long-range financial plan and potential rate increases looking out into the future. It's very, very sensitive to water deliveries. And as Jake mentioned, water deliveries have been, on a steep decline. And as long as they're going down, rate increases are going to go up because it is fully volumetric. So, projecting the future is really all about what assumptions go into that long-range financial plan model and what we assume for deliveries. And that, in the past, the deliveries were at higher levels, so we were at 4 to 6%, and now deliveries are much lower. We have inflation, we have supply chain issues, all the same things that your city is going through as well, and that has pushed the rate increases up. So we have provided some preliminary information to that budget subcommittee on that, on the long-range financial plan and based on certain assumptions.
All right.
And I just add, it is, as Lynn said, it's very dependent on water delivery. So if you look at the last 10 years, even with the 10% increase we had last year, overall we were at under 6%, because we did have several years where we came in much lower than 6. So it's
Right. So we had a number of years where we kept the
Right.
rate increases
Oh,
much
yeah.
lower. There were floods, there were fires, there was COVID, and we made every effort to keep the rate increases much lower and deferred more work, more maintenance work. But given this perfect storm of the drought, the 3-year historic drought, historically low deliveries, 36,000 acre feet, we've never been that low in the records that we have. So, I mean, that in itself is what's causing, this 9.98% rate increase.
Well, and similar to anybody owning an older car, at some point, the maintenance, because things keep breaking, ends up costing more than if we reinvested in fixing up and having newer infrastructure.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you could address the issue that Craig raised of decisions about what to include as capital and what to keep in O&M. What $9 million a year project sounds, that's clearly that could be classified as capital expense and therefore could be considered as bond funded. You could issue a bond to fund it versus, is that a philosophical decision that we want to pay as we go? We don't want to take on more debt, or what's the rationale?
So the TAC Budget Subcommittee let us know that they were interested in having Sonoma Water reconsider, our decision on how we capitalize, how we classify capital assets versus expenses that are incurred in any given year. And we have agreed to revisit the issue. We're discussing it internally, so I don't want to get ahead of decisions that are going to be made internally. We are both presenting information to our management to let them, inform them of the history and what the decisions were and what to do going forward. So we'll be putting together some information for our management to help them take another look at this and get back to the budget subcommittee on the status.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I had just two other questions. I'm wondering if you could address the two other points that our TAC member brought up, just to hear what you have to say on those. The first one was regarding the length, how many years the resilience study has gone on. Was that originally planned to go for this long, or do you have any more information you can give us about that?
It is a multi-year study. And I don't know if we have all of the information on that. We can get back to you with that. Don Seymour has been running that program. I believe that they're planning on wrapping up most of that work this fall. It's a program that is multi-benefit. It benefits not only Sonoma Water's reliability and operations, but also for all of the water contractors. Water contractors have had input into the study. But it is, it's a multi-year study, and it has a certain scope, and that scope is, in order to address all of the issues around hazard mitigation and water supply resiliency. The project has been ongoing, but it's intended to wrap up in the fall, and then other projects that could be implemented to address the issues within that plan will come from that, and we can also look for grant funding. So there are many benefits to it, but yeah.
Thank you. And then that clears that up, is helpful to me. Thank you. And then the last question was another issue that our TAC member brought up, which is the choice to include the transmission system master plan in this year's budget. Can you just talk to the importance and urgency of doing that this year?
So the master plan is meant to it will be immensely helpful in projecting future water transmission maintenance needs and capital needs. Right now we do not have that master plan. So we do not have that comprehensive view of what is needed to operate, maintain, and upgrade the system as a whole, holistically, to look at that. It's critically important that we actually have this master plan done. We do master plans for our sanitation districts and zones, and it's a common practice to actually do a master plan so that you can better plan for the future. We can better inform the water contractors. The water contractors can have a better sense of what is coming forward and what it needs to be done. There will be assessments of, aging infrastructure. What are the priorities? When do they need to be addressed? What are the costs going to be? How do we program this for the future? And a schedule and a plan and approach for how we go about that. And so it's really a critically important plan that has been put forward by the engineers and operations and maintenance staff as being a very high priority.
And I would just add, we did defer some of the costs for that program this year to help bring the rate down.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I just had a couple questions. So, and I'm not sure if this is what Sue was speaking of, and if it is, then I'll stop. Which is so I understand the rates are based on water delivery, not water use, correct?
Correct.
So when you were talking about restructuring, was that one of the things you were talking about, how the rates are calculated, or based on what? Is that what you meant?
There's an agreement with the water agency and all the contractors.
Right.
It's called the restructured agreement, and that is what I was asking. Do we want to open that up, because there's good things and bad things about opening it up.
Sure, no, of course.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if it has to be based on water delivery and if it cannot be more based on actual water use. So in other words, if my family is conserving and we're not using as much water as the, people who are, watering their fields or whatever, right, that my family pays less than someone who's watering their field, like PG&E.
Right, so, yeah, and so opening the restructured agreement, we would look at different rate structures.
Okay.
Right? We would look at, I mean, if this were to come about, if it was decided to move forward with, looking at different rate structures, we would look at fixed versus volumetric rates. We would look at peak rates. We would look at different structures, basically different rate structures to determine what would make the most sense going forward rather than having a fully volumetric rate.
Okay, great.
But, and I don't know if you were asking it this way, but your family would pay less because you are using less. So we bill by how much we have delivered to the city, but your bill is then based on, we're just one component of the bill that goes to you, and you're paying based on use as well.
And so if you use less water, you pay less, right? But I mean, that's different from the rate, right? So there's a rate that you pay, but if you actually buy less water, even at that rate, you're conserving water. Your dollars going out are less as a customer, right?
Right, okay. And then one of the questions that I actually had, and then I read also in one of these comments that we got, was about, the atmospheric river and rain catchment. Is that anything that's happening, or is that part of the capital infrastructure? Like what's happening with, I mean, it feels a little counterintuitive to pay so much more for water when it's, diluting us right now.
I mean, we are doing several groundwater projects at the moment. I mean, we are looking at aquifer recharge. The Wells project that we're doing is also looking at putting water back in and banking it into the Santa Rosa Plain area. So there is a lot of work we're doing with that one. In addition, our water conservation group does do a lot of work with rain catchment, and we do that both with the North Coast Resource Partnership, and I believe with the Bay Area one as well. So we are doing some stuff like that, and we're studying different ways to utilize that water.
And we're also doing a lot of climate resiliency studies, and we have a climate action plan, and as a result of that, there are a number of different projects and initiatives that will come out of that, that will help address, what types of projects we could in place that would help buffer against droughts, for example.
Great. All right, thank you.
And to add to that, we also have the forecast informed release with both Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma. And that's also saves water because they don't release it. And we used to have, there was a book that said, if it gets here, you release. And now they use the forecast informed
reservoir operations.
Yeah, I forget what the
program.
RO. To decide, and we've been able to keep a lot of extra water in the two reservoirs because of that. So that's really a benefit also.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, it wasn't on. Thank you. And also just, I guess I was thinking more on a smaller scale, right? Like grants or programs or, modifying your gutters so that you can, get the barrels at people's houses or small businesses or that type of thing moving forward.
Yeah, and we do that. I know in the North Coast that there's currently a program going on. So does that include Cotati?
It might, yes, it does. Yeah.
I believe it does. Yeah. So I think that's being operated by the Resource Conservation District as a partnership through Sonoma Water. So residents could look into that program and potentially get grant funding.
Great. I just wanted to make sure people hear about that. Thank you.
Did you have something you want to?
I'll just follow up on the groundwater banking projects. Is our So you stick water back in the ground, it doesn't just stay right at your well, ready for you to pump back out. Are water rights for groundwater sort of getting clear enough that we'll have access, that you'll have access to that water to send back out to the contractors when it's needed? Or can the farmers down the road pump it all up and put it on their grapevines and we're out of luck?
Well, that's a really good question. I don't know that I know the answer to that. I mean, there is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act that is in theory, in place to help manage groundwater resources and make sure that those types of situations, that there isn't overdraft of groundwater resources. I'm not that familiar. I don't know if anybody else here wants to comment on water rights for groundwater. I'm not, we could get back to you on that, but that's a pretty complex issue that we'd have to ask our groundwater experts
I'll buy
to
Susan
weigh
a
in on
coffee
that.
sometime and ask her.
Yeah. Well, and the important thing about having those new wells is what was unclear is whether we could take that water and push it back down and then get it back out. So
Right.
the wells we have, we're trying to, kind of truth that, can we do that? Because ultimately, if you think about that, if those kind of wells work, they may be able to be expanded to the farmer down the road, for them to do that too. So more to come.
Great, thank you. And I had a question, but it's for our Public Works Director, which is in the staff report for this item, it said that we could offset some of the rate increases to the impact on our budget by pulling more from our wells. And I'm just wondering, is there a way to assess or find out for the council what the impact would be of drawing down on our wells? Like, is our groundwater level at a healthy level right now, and how much can we afford to pull from wells?
All indications are we're very fortunate where we're located, because following both the droughts in 2015 and the more recent one in 2020, our wells recovered almost instantaneously. Instantaneously being a year. They got back to pre-drought levels. And so then there's the Groundwater Sustainability Agency put a monitoring well as part of their project using grant money from the state at Veterans Park. And so once in a while, I'll ask Marcus Trotta at the water agency what it's doing, because it's not a production well. It's just there to basically look at the groundwater levels, and it's doing okay, and it recovers very quickly. Speaking to your question about pumping, so we are able to pump more. We're this very small agency. So compared to like Santa Rosa, we're not even the thickness of the pen on the graph, our use. So whether we pump 35 or 40%, 45% of our total water use, or 20%, it doesn't really make that much of a difference in the area. So we've basically been sticking with around historical levels, 35 to 45%. But we could, if we were aggressive, bring that up much higher, but we haven't done that.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. All right, thank you. Any other questions before we open it up to public comment? No.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that. What would have to happen to make that happen, to raise the level so that the rates don't go up, or don't go up as much as they're needing to go up?
I don't have a really good answer to that. But we are looking at, we're doing strategic planning now, and one of the things staff is going to propose, because we are back to Councilmember Harvey's question, we are out of the 3 to 6% historical range. Like last year, I think we were 9%, now we're at 10%. Staff's proposing to do an update of our 10-year financial model, so that we'll be able to better answer that question. What is the impact? What can we do? What's in our control to reduce that impact? And then a lot of the other contractors are talking about a pass-through, mechanism. where if the water agency raises their rates, we just did automatic pass-through. That's not something our customers necessarily would like to hear, but it makes that process a little more predictable for us. We don't have to keep adjusting our 5-year rate model program every time the water agency's rates go up and down fairly significantly.
I say, have they ever gone down?
Well, we just came out of a period where we were between that 3 to 6% rate for years.
Right, but I'm saying it's a 3 to 6% raise, no?
3 to 6% rate increase.
Increase.
That's what I'm saying, so it never goes down.
So the
No.
rate,
Does it?
the rate continues to
Continues to
go
go up.
up, but your
Correct.
rate increase will vary depending on deliveries.
I think-
Right, the number of the rate, I'm sorry.
I see what you're
Oh,
saying.
Michael?
You're saying the amount that it goes up. Right.
And I think sometimes the rate increase that they send us is could be less than what our projections were. So it's sort of like a decrease in a sense. Not really.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just thinking of it as the end user, right? Looking at their bill, it's still going up, right?
So if you've baked in a 6% rate increase, but our rate increase is 3%, if you assumed our rate increase would be 6, but it comes in at 3, then that's what you're saying, that you're.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
understand. I'm just saying from the end user perspective, up is up, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it could theoretically not increase, but with the historical decrease in deliveries we've seen, increases are pretty much inevitable.
And I think you, Councilmember Hart would like to speak.
So the reason that we kind of tried to do it that way is so we don't have this kind of thing. It's really sort of trying to smooth both on the water agency side and smooth on our side for the ratepayers, so we don't have this jerking, around of, oh, well, it's 20% this year and it's 2% this year and it's, so if we kind of project at a certain level, yes, some are going to be up and some are going to be down, but then at least people can expect that it's going to be relatively smooth.
All right, thank you so much. I think we're going to open it up to public comment at this time. I have a comment card from Neil Hancock.
Yes. Hello, Council. I guess I'm a yo-yo this evening popping up for talking on the budget, but this is another area that I've been paying attention to for 20 years. Very much appreciate the water transmission system that we've got in the delivery in Cotati and the delivery system across the county. My bill, I think in the bi-monthly bill, there was 4 parts to it. The water delivery charge was almost the smallest part, so it was $26. That was in that, but I think the overall bill was over 130 typically. So I think from a user point of view, we certainly don't have that, looking at the ratepayers, we certainly don't have that view that the city gets in terms of the volumetric approach to things. I did want to just bring up the bigger picture, and so this isn't strictly on the budget, but it is, that the water essentially comes out of the Russian River and is free. We're looking at paying for the transmission costs, but really it's not free. There has been a lot of disaster on the Russian River over the last 100 years in terms of the ecological life. There's a lot of good stuff that's also going on, but not compared to where the baseline was 100 years ago. I think there's also a little bit of fear being generated about water resiliency, and it's just amazing to hear how much we are doing better with that reduced amount across the region, down the lowest ever. But, October 24th, there was a letter that Sonoma Water asked Cotati to send to the elected officials, the other state people, and saying that there was a resiliency problem, and to quote from it, that shutting the Eel River off would directly threaten the drinking water supply for more than 97,000 people living in the Russian River communities. And I just don't see those numbers when I start digging into it. So I think we have got a good situation. We have a changing situation over the last 100 years as well for water supply. It used to all be supplied out of the Russian River. Out of the Eel River. There was a lot of water that was taken out of the Eel. Since building Lake Sonoma, we've shifted, and probably in a good way, at least for the Eel River, it's been in a good way. So things are changing, and I just wanted to bring that up. I think groundwater, consumptive use, and particularly persuading people to do better with local water, rainwater, if we can get that in the ground, particularly for growing trees, if we can do that. I mean, 2,000, by my calculation, those winter storms saw 2,000 acre feet fall on Cotati. How do we actually get it in the ground for the trees, for the vegetation, to provide a cooler environment? So it's just a perspective on how we can do better with local water. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to provide a public comment? Do we have any Zoom attendees?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment on this item. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right, thank you. I'd like to open it up to discussion on the council. If you could please direct your WAC member on how she should vote. Yes.
I have a couple of things more for staff, but then I'll get to you. I think that it feels like it would be prudent for us to get ahead of the rate issue and go ahead and do our early reevaluation. I think that that's the prudent thing for us to do, because obviously we're going in the wrong direction. So that would be my thought on that. I thought it was great, all of these sources of videos that were out there, and I think that we should kind of put those through on our different social media sites, and there's plenty of them out there to pick from. But because I think that one of the things, I think part of what Kay was struggling with is that there's Sonoma Water, and then they get our bill from us, and I don't think a lot of people really know what Sonoma Water is. I think they think it's, oh, well, it must be for the Sonoma County rural residents, not necessarily where everybody gets there. So I don't think people normally go out there to look for things. So if we could put those out there. And then for our WAC member, I appreciate the work that the Budget Committee did. Craig, I know he works really hard on that. And it looks like they've cut where they could cut. So although I'm not happy about that number, I think that we cannot be so foolish as to not do the proper maintenance, and we can't, continue to kick a bigger can down the road. I guess I feel like I'd rip the Band-Aid off and say yes.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Yes.
Yeah, ditto to what Councilmember Harvey said. I think, not happy with a 10% increase, but I'm convinced that the TAC has pushed for the cuts that are reasonable, and would have pushed harder if some of the others could be done without damaging the system.
Yeah, I agree too. That's what we have to work with.
Thank you. Okay, so I think I have my direction that we're going to vote to approve the water rate increase. And I just want to say a big thank you to both of you for being with us tonight and taking the time to answer all of our questions. Appreciate you very much. Okay, thanks. All right, I'd like to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back in 10 minutes. All right, we're going to resume our meeting. The next item on our agenda is a presentation on the pension unfunded accrued liability and related policy status, and a recommendation on adopting a resolution to approve an additional discretionary payment. Ms. Quarter, would you like to take that?
Yeah, next time I'm going to work on getting a longer subject for the agenda item. So good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public attending remotely or in the future. Tonight, I'd like to reintroduce you to Dmitry Semenov with Ridgeline Municipal Strategies, LLC. He's our consultant we have been working with for the last few years to guide us on the management of our pension liability and compliance with our unfunded pension liability policy. And just as a reminder, before I turn it over to Dmitry, the CalPERS actuarial reports that are produced and are used for the basis of our evaluations are provided to us a year after the actual results of the year. So for example, the actual results we are to receive this August, July-August, are only going to reflect the CalPERS results for 22-23. And so those that are referenced in the report tonight, for the most part, except for our assumptions, are presented through June 2022, as that's what was provided to the city in August of 23. And so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dmitry, who is joining us remotely over Zoom.
Thank you, Angela. Good evening, members of the City Council. Once again, we're talking about CalPERS. And as Angela said, we will be going through the update based on the CalPERS's 2022 actuarial report. And we will also talk about what happened since then in 2023. We've made some estimates and some preliminary calculations, and also talk about the different things that the city has included in its pension liability management policy, and the steps that can be taken in accordance with that policy. So next slide, please. So a quick overview. In January of 2022, the city closed on pension obligation and street improvement loans that were used to significantly pay down the UAL. And that financing took place right before an unprecedented run up in interest rates. So the city actually took advantage and hit the market really, really well in terms of the timing and being able to lock very low interest rates for a very long time. So the loan proceeds provided funds, including freed up reserves, to pay down the CalPERS unfunded accrued liability by $6 million. In December of 2022, CalPERS finalized their investment results for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2022, and announced that they finished the year with 7% loss. Then following the following year in 2023, CalPERS did much better. They actually made money, 5.8%, which is much better than the 7% loss, but still below the 6.8% target discount rate, which is really the measurement, the standard for which CalPERS is aiming for every single year. So that's the context. We talked pretty extensively last year about the impacts of the 7% loss, and we'll go quickly to take a look at what actually has happened. Next slide, please. So the city has 6 different pension plans. 4 of them are classic, and 2 of them are PEPRA. So the classic plans are miscellaneous, Tier 1, Safety Tier 1, Safety Tier 2, Miscellaneous Tier 2, and then PEPRA, Safety, and Miscellaneous. So on a combined basis, the first column shows the total accrued liability, which is the amount of money that the city needs to have in its pension plans to be able to meet all the obligations to the current employees and the retirees for all the benefits that they have earned. So among the six plans, we're looking at a total accrued liability of $43 million. So that's the magic number. That's how much money, if you have that amount, your pension plan is fully funded. So the second column is the market value of assets. So that is the amount of money that the city actually has within the pension plans. And that includes now the funds that were provided through the refunding of the unfunded liability. So that's $36.5 million. And then the difference between those two columns is what they call the unfunded accrued liability, or the UAL. It's the shortfall, and as of June 30, 2022, it was $6.8 million. On a combined basis, the plans are about 84.4% funded. So that's the snapshot at 2022 after the unprecedented investment loss that CalPERS has had incurred. Next slide, please. So then we took the projected investment returns for 2023 and tried to extrapolate all the different things that are happening, all the contributions that the city has made, all the payments that have been made to the retirees, the investment performance of the plan, and try to estimate where does the city stand as of June 30, 2023. Again, these are not official numbers, these are estimates based on the information that CalPERS puts out there. And these numbers will be finalized once the actuarial reports are published in August of 2024. So between the miscellaneous and safety classic plans, the two largest plans of the city, we're looking at a total estimated market value of assets of about $32 million at the end of the year. And then estimated UAL balance of $6.4 million. And the plans are estimated to be approximately 83.4% funded. So the investment performance of 5.8% was slightly below the target. So that resulted in a small increase of the unfunded liability and the decrease of the funded levels. Next slide, please. So this graph right here shows you the historical and the future plan payments on the unfunded accrued liability. The green bars on the left show the payments from 2017 through 2023. The dark bars at the bottom, one dark green and a bunch of dark blue ones, that's the payment on the pension obligation loan and the pension portion of the streets loan that is attributable to the repayment of the unfunded liability. So those are the debt repayments. And the light blue bars on top, that's the repayment of this remaining unfunded liability. So as of 2023, the combined payments on unfunded liability were about $887,000. That includes the payment on the debt. And it will stay there for the next couple of years. And then eventually will be going out up to about $1.1 million and continuing to be there through 2037. And then reducing for 5 years to $733,000. And then 2 years of the last payments. And the current unfunded liability at that point will be paid off. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about what happened in 2023. CalPERS investment gain estimate is 5.8%. So they still have not finalized, or they haven't announced the official final number for the year. I'm actually hearing that it's much closer to 6%, so it's slightly higher. So the impact may be a little bit less, but essentially it's a 1% funding shortfall after the discount rate. You may remember that for CalPERS to break even in any given year, it's not enough for them to not lose money. Really, the break-even point for them is 6.8%. That's the discount rate, that's the target that they need to be earning in order for the plans to stay funded. So every year when they make less than 6.8%, additional unfunded liability is created. Every year that they make more than 6.8%, the unfunded liability goes down. So with 5.8% estimated return, we're looking at about 1% funding shortfall. And fiscal year 2024 results are still too early to tell, but actually since this slide deck has been put together, CalPERS did publish a return estimate through December 31st, and they have made so far this year 4.4%. So at midpoint in the year, they are on target in terms of the earnings. So 2023, 1% shortfall. What are we looking at? What's the impact, estimated impact on the city's unfunded liability? So we're looking across the 6 plans. We're looking at a small UL increase of approximately $364,000. Okay, next slide, please. And this graph is pretty much the same graph that we saw before, but it also adds in the red bars the amortization schedule for that $364,000 in additional unfunded liability. So the city is expecting to experience a slightly higher payments over the next 20 years. And the additional estimated interest on that $364,000 of unfunded liability is about $385,000. That's the normal repayment schedule. Next slide, please. So the city, when we did the refunding of the pension liability, the city adopted a pension liability management policy. And one of the key concepts in the policy is to eliminate what they call negative amortization. And as a reminder, what is negative amortization? Negative amortization is whenever a new unfunded liability is added to a pension plan, CalPERS, they call it easing into the repayment. They give agencies some time to adjust to the increased unfunded liability amount. And in practicality, what it means is for the first 2 years after the unfunded liability is added, no payments on that new unfunded liabilities are required. And then after that, for the first 5 years of the repayment period of the unfunded liability, the payments are ramped up. They go up by 20% per year until they reach the full payment amount. So in year 3, which is the first year of the repayment of the unfunded liability, your payment, required payment is only 20% of the full payment amount. Then in the second year, it's 40%. In the third year, it's 60%. In the fourth year, it's 80%. And finally, in the 5 year of the ramp up, or the 7th year since the unfunded liability was added, it reaches 100%. Even though these are the easier repayment terms, CalPERS still charges you 6.8% interest from the day that that funded liability is added to your balance. So on July 1st of 2023, when after the 7% investment loss, immediately CalPERS started charging you interest for the balance, even though they're not asking you to make those payments. So the concept of elimination of negative amortization is actually not to wait and do the bare minimum that CalPERS requires us to do, but actually be ahead of the curve and pay the interest in the first 2 years that is not being charged. And then instead of going into the ramp up, start making the full payment in year 1. So that's the idea. Really, the same if a bank was giving you a loan where they're asking you to pay less money than they're charging you in interest, you will see the balance increasing. And that's something that happened in the mid-2000s, and we all remember how that went. So to avoid that and save significant amount of money, the district has documented, or the city has documented in its policy, that the goal is to avoid negative amortization. So what are the steps, what are the practical steps for the city to implement in light of what happened in 2022 and 2023? So the first is to make additional discretionary payments that will cover the interest that is accrued on 2023, in fiscal years 2023 and 2024, on the 2022 and 2023 unfunded liability. I apologize, it's a lot of numbers, but it's a pretty complicated and number-intensive topic. What it means is in the next several weeks, to cover the interest that was accrued in fiscal year 2023, the city should make a $335,000 additional contribution into the pension plans to cover the interest that has been accrued but not charged. Okay, that's the first payment. Then the second payment, sometime in July, after the close of this fiscal year and beginning of the next fiscal year, sometime in July, make another additional discretionary payment of $360,000 to pay the interest for the 2022 and 2023 unfunded liability. So that will get the city all caught up on the interest that has been accrued on unfunded liability, but instead of requiring the city to make that payment, that interest is being added to the principal balance, and new interest starts being charged on top of that interest. So that's the first step, is catch up on the interest that has been accrued. And then the second step is to convert from the ramp up to a level UL amortization for 2022 and 2023 basis. So basically, what it means is, instead of making a 20% or 40% payment on the unfunded liability, make the full payment amount. Ask CalPERS to re-amortize the payment schedule and make the higher payment amount. And what that means for the city is, in July of 2024, the city will make an additional payment of $254,000 to get from the 20% payment amount to 100% payment amount. And then in July of 2025, that additional payment would go down, because we're going not from 20% to 100%, from 40% to 100%. So it will be lower at $185,000. So between the paying the interest that has been accrued and then converting from ramp up to level repayment schedule, over the next 20-year life of the additional unfunded liability that was added for 2022 and 2023 years, the city will save approximately $860,000. So again, even though additional payments are required now, the long-term savings are very substantial. Next slide, please. So, and this puts it in perspective. So your required payments for fiscal year 2024 that have already been made on unfunded liability, $841,000. So in addition to that, the payment of $335,000 will be made for the interest, for a total of approximately $1.2 million. The next year, after July 1st, the required payments are $955,000, and then additional payments of $615,000 between the $360,000 in interest will be made to catch up with the interest and start paying the full payment amount. And then estimated for 2026, which most likely will be impacted by the results of the current fiscal year, which we don't know yet. So the scheduled payments are right about $1 million, and additional payments to cover the reamortization from ramp up to full payment, and the interest payments, uncollected interest payments, will be about $188,000. So that's a lot of numbers, but the goal of this is to generate the long-term cash flow savings for the city of $860,000. Next slide, please. So, and then also in the pension liability management policy, the city has established a funded target level of 90%. So the goal is long-term maintain a 90% funded level for the city's pension plans. As I mentioned before, the estimated fiscal year and 2023 funded level is about 83.4%, so about 6.6% below the 90% target. So the proposed additional discretionary payments for 2024 will increase that funded level to 84.1%. The gap between the 84.1% and 90% is about $2.25 million. And then next year, the payments that we talked about that are proposed to be made in July of 2024, after the beginning of the new fiscal year, will help to reduce that gap further. Next slide, please. So that concludes our analysis and the presentation, and I can answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions from the council? I had two questions. My first one was could you clarify for the 4.4% number that you said for the current year proceeds that CalPERS has been getting so far? Do you mean that if we stayed on track for the rest of the fiscal year, it would be 8.8% total, or it would be 4.4% for the whole year?
Well, it would be nice, but yes, if they continue with the same performance, that would be 8.8. Unfortunately, investment returns don't happen evenly, and so far the first couple of months of this year have been really good. The equity markets are moving up pretty nicely, but then what happened in 2022 was the 7% loss. It all took place in the last quarter of the fiscal year. So the markets were doing really well, and then they just collapsed. So it's really hard to be this far out from the year and try to project anything. But so far, CalPERS is on track to meet their investment goal for the year, and maybe even make up some of the lost ground. And if they do make up some of the lost ground, which really is expected, because we do expect the tough periods to be followed by periods of recovery, the city will see some relief in unfunded liability.
Great, thank you. And then one more question I had was the printed report that we received in our packet stated the amount of discretionary payment that would be needed to get us to our 90% target was 2.4 million, and in your presentation it was 2.25 million. Is that just the more updated figure since the report was generated, or?
It may be a rounding error.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the really clear report. Any other questions? Yeah.
I think this is more for Director Corder, but so what do we earn on money that, now that we have this better investment policy, what kind of rates are we earning on money that we hold?
So currently CAMP, which has a majority of our investments, we do have the laddered investments with US Bank, but with CAMP we're earning I think it was 5.2 was approximately where we're at right now with CAMP, and that's our liquid pooled funds. It's pretty much the same, because with our laddered longer term assets right now are lower valued than the near term. So that inverted curve's kind of throwing us for a bumper, but with our liquid assets, we're actually getting more return, around 5.2%.
And none of us has crystal balls, but that's probably the highest short-term rates we're going to see for a while, is my guess. And even that is less than what CalPERS is charging us on our unfunded, considerably less, right? Okay. So in essence, by keeping our liabilities unfunded, we're borrowing money at 6.8%.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
See, Councilmember Harvey?
So if we were to do this, where are the funds going to come from?
So the proposal that's outlined in the resolution is that this is coming from those investment earnings that we've gained that were unbudgeted this year, because we are performing at a higher level with our active investment management program, where we've brought in more than 500,000. And so we're proposing to use that in order to save the city even more money.
And does that cover all of what we want to pay for right now?
So currently we're only proposing to pay the 335,000.
Okay.
And then the rest of it will be brought forward with our budget study as we're looking at projects and funding, and if we have to take out, something else to pay for something that's going to be more expensive than 6.8%, then that would be the juggling point. So we will be bringing that forth in the budget study sessions along with our other proposals.
So is it fair to say that it's possible that some of the things that we have said that we wanted to do, that we might not be able to do if we do this next
That's-
year? Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement with any budget. There are decisions made as to where funding is to be prioritized.
And this would be included in that prioritization. It's not intuitive, if you will, because this is making a payment to something, and I think that what folks are used to is seeing, I'm going to do this project or that, and this is still money, but it's not a project per se.
Yeah, I'll just, the benefit is the long-term benefit, where you save substantial interest over time. But it comes at a short-term cash flow penalty, right? So as Angela said, you're always balancing that. And that's a discussion we'll have with the budget, is how much of that do we want to do right now to save money in the long run? And what's the trade-off for doing that in terms of projects and other things that we'd be doing in the fiscal year versus the long term?
I had a follow-up question that I'm sure we'll address when we come back with this later, but will we be taking a look at what level our reserves are at and whether it might make sense either next fiscal year or the one after to make a big discretionary payment? Like if in other words, if our reserves are at a healthy level, it might make sense to do a big payment to get closer to our 90% target, and then we're not paying 7% interest on that. But I'm wondering, is that something we're considering, or will we come back with a discussion on that?
So we're not currently considering another big payment. But the strategy that we were pursuing so far was to take the approach that Dimitri discussed in most years. But hopefully, if we have some good years, like let's say this year, if they stay on track and the performance equals, what the first half of the year was, and we end up with 8.8% or whatever, that we would take that extra and either put it into a 115 trust, or potentially, I guess, you could potentially have a discretionary payment too. So that was more at least our thinking moving forward, because we're managing the bad years now, but we are going to have good years too, where CalPERS over-earns, and what do we want to do with that? Do we want to put it in the 115? Do we want to make a payment? So we have options there. Yeah.
Oh, yes, Dimitri, go ahead, please.
Yes, I would like to add one more thing, is when the city did the refunding and the pay down of the unfunded liability, there was pretty substantial cash flow savings that were generated. The total savings from the refunding were about $2.25 million, with a present value of $1.9 million. And last year, the fiscal year 2023, the savings were $150,000. And this year, they would have been $220,000. So the payments, the scheduled payments to CalPERS are actually significantly lower than they would have been had the city not done the refunding. So this is also something to consider, is even though those numbers right now don't show up in any budget or any line item, these are very real savings that the city has realized.
Yes, thank you for that perspective. I think we're all pleased with the results we've seen. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but going to the question of where's the money coming from,
right?
It was always the plan to use some of the savings to manage the pension liability.
Right, and then these recommended payments are in line with the policy that we developed at that time as well, that this was the plan all along to pursue this course. So, okay, great. Any other questions from the council before we open it to public comment? All right. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer the idea of sort of potentially splitting the difference as well, and like maybe half of it goes into the savings or the CD that you suggested, and half goes to paying down the debt, right? Like when we have these good years, because it's important to save, but it's also the amount of interest you get on what you save, I'm having struggling to explain this, but the cost benefit analysis of paying down debt that you owe more on than what you're saving, that balance, I like the idea of potentially doing that because, this isn't going to go away and these numbers are like really long, right? It's like really far out into the future. So it'd be great if we could knock it down earlier, if at all possible.
All right, I don't see anyone in the room. Are there any Zoom attendees?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Is there any further discussion on this, or are we ready to make the recommended motion? Yes.
I'm happy to move a resolution of the City Council of the City of Cotati authorizing a budget amendment for additional discretionary payment contributions toward CalPERS plan pension liabilities.
Second that.
Did you get who the second was, Kevin? Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, this passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Dimitri. I've really appreciated having the continuity of your advice through all these years of this program. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to work with you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the approval of a design agreement to update the City Council Chambers audiovisual systems. And let's see, City Manager, are you taking this one?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
do this one tonight. Thank you, Mayor, Council. So as everyone in this room is well acquainted, we have a AV system that has frequent issues. So in a meeting actually not that long ago, January of this year, the council directed staff to come back with a proposal to look at ways to upgrade the system and hopefully make it more resilient, more robust, more reliable, so we don't have as many issues as we've had. And one of the things that we did when we were starting to look into this is Kevin actually worked on sending a blast out to all the clerks in the county, asking them, how their systems work, who designed them, who built them, how do they feel about them, are they happy, sad, or so we got a lot of good feedback from that outreach, and part of the challenges that we run into, especially with this type of work, is that a lot of the AV contractors, they kind of like to do the whole thing, and so for public contracting, that's a little challenging. We were actually fortunate when we were reaching out. We found a consultant who is the subject of this report, which is Shalik Cooperative out of Berkeley, and they are actually very familiar with public AV systems. They said they usually have about 2 to 3 going at any one time, and in the staff report, there's a list of some of the just more recent ones. Some in our neck of the woods include Santa Rosa and Novato that they designed. And they do design only, they don't do any install, so there's a clear separation of roles there. And the scope that's attached describes that, and it describes it in several different phases. So the design phase would be the initial phase, and that's based on the planned project schedule. If the council approves this, that's what we'd be doing basically for the remainder of this fiscal year, is the design phase only. And as we go through the design phase, we would be developing the cost estimates for the construction, and then if we move forward with construction, the last 2 parts of that scope are for construction. So that's reviewing bids and managing the actual contractors if they, when they're on site. So the 13,500 is the design piece, sort of the first piece before we know, before we actually know what the cost of the fully built project would be. And in conversations with this consultant, we stressed that we don't want to do a lot of peripheral stuff. We want to focus on the core system, the most important parts for system stability and reliability. And that's the scope I think that we got. I think as we get into it and we get into the more if the council approves it, we get into the nitty-gritty details of it. We can further refine that so that ideally the actual construction scope that comes out of the end of the design process will be as refined as it can be. As I mentioned, the project schedules, they're typically, this is just based on other projects, but they're typically about 6 months in design and then roughly 6 months in construction. And that doesn't mean, in case anyone's wondering, it doesn't mean that they're going to rip everything out and then we'll be without a chamber for 6 months. It's just the process of construction would take 6 months. And this item was brought to the council just because the council requested it, and the amount that we're talking about is well within the city manager authority, and we have budget for it, so there wouldn't be any appropriation action needed. And I'll just add that as we move into if we move into construction, these projects are expensive, and I would expect that even a refined scope of work is probably going to be, over $100,000 to actually build something. That's just the nature of these things. So it wouldn't be a small budget ask for construction, but at this point, I just don't know what that number would be yet until we get into a design and a good cost estimate. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
All right, questions? Yes.
Just make sure I'm clear. Signing this contract does not, let's say they come back after design and say it's a $500,000 project. This does not commit us to pay them for all 3 phases if we decide not to proceed with bidding and construction. Is that correct?
Right, we'd only be paying for design. If we decide when we get a fully designed product and it's too much,
yeah,
we can put it on the shelf and that's it.
Okay, thanks.
So is the thought that you'll just take an estimate and put it in for the 24-25, thinking that we will probably do it next year, just a ballpark number, and then adjust it based upon what happens? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, for the upcoming general fund study session, obviously we won't have anything.
Right.
Other than just a WAG, really. But by the time we get to budget adoption, I'm hoping that we'll have enough of an idea that we'll have at least a more refined number for the budget. But to answer your question, it'd be something in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, when I was reading through it, I didn't see anything about security. Is that not part of this bid?
You're saying like cybersecurity?
Yeah, the design as part of what they build here or what they propose here.
So it's sort of nested in our IT systems, and our IT contractor would be involved in security. Cybersecurity is going to be important. Some of it's not cybersecurity stuff. Some of it's like, the audio systems and things attached to it that aren't really subject to cybersecurity attacks generally. But the computer servers would be, and we would have to just make sure that they are as secure as possible.
Okay, so that would be auxiliary to this, not part of this directly.
Yeah, how I see it going is, so our IT contractor, KLH, works with us on our cybersecurity initiatives, and this would be, as this moves through the phases, it touches the IT system because it has to pass data back and forth across it. So they're going to be involved in the design reviews to make sure that any data that's passing back and forth is as secure as possible. And of course, sort of by extension, I know I was just talking about like some sort of remote login kind of cybersecurity incident, but we're doing other things like consolidating all of the equipment in a single secure locked room. So physical security is definitely part of the project. And cybersecurity will be through the review process with our contractor.
Okay, because I just didn't see anything in here about like collaboration with IT, just, for the idea of someone coming in through Zoom and hacking kind of thing.
Yeah, we'll get design steps, like design phases, and we'll be working with our KLH, our IT consultant, to review that as well.
Okay, so that's included even though it's not in this form. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. They have like 8 jurisdictions they've worked with recently. Do they have a lot of a lot of agencies are working with now. Is there a lag time for them to start this? I mean, are we looking at a year or 2 years down the line?
No, not a significant lag time. I think once, if the council approves it, then we could get going fairly quickly. I mean, within the month, I would assume. Yeah.
All right. Are there any Zoom comments?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Does anyone have any discussion or comments? Okay, I'm comfortable moving forward with this. My only question was what Vice Mayor Ford asked was, would we be obligated to pay phase 2 and phase 3? But it seems like we're not, so that was my only concern. And yeah, I guess we'd be looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the city manager to execute a design agreement with the Shalek Collaborative to design an update to the city council chambers audiovisual system.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thank you. Our last regular agenda item is the utility box painting project.
Mayor, members of the council, Craig Scott, Public Works Director, City Engineer. So yes, this is the pilot project for painting utility boxes, as the utility boxes generally around town become unsightly. I mean, they're unsightly to begin with because they're these big metal boxes, and then they're an attractive nuisance for folks that want to put stickers on them or graffiti or whatnot. So we got out ahead of the program by going ahead and sending out a solicitation for artists with Sonoma State and SRJC art programs. And then we contacted the faculty there, and then it was distributed by them to the student body. We got one candidate that replied and is interested and provided us with sample artwork. Then, quite honestly, staff said, well, how are we going to do this, right? And we looked at other cities. There's city of Napa and San Rafael and town of Windsor that had programs. And as we do, we went to see what we could steal from those programs and how it worked. And what we liked about those programs is that there's an application that's sent out, and it's kind of an RFP in a way where the artist gets to provide a profile of themselves, and then describe what their artwork's going to be, and many times it's geared towards a theme that the city would propose. And so we would go through a kind of a selection process, perhaps by the planning commission, and move forward with one or two artists for a given year. Now, the universe of boxes for Cotati is, you have to think, well, the big green ones in the city are owned by PG&E, and they're really ugly, but they're not owned by the city. And so we just want to avoid that process of, they might not even let us do that. I haven't seen any PG&E boxes being painted or with artwork on them. So the simplest approach, and this is the approach many other cities have taken, is, well, the other traffic signal boxes are pretty large, and they're city owned. And we have about 10. It was a pretty rough, we just kind of quickly counted them. It's around 10. A couple of them turned out to be Caltrans, but there's some we missed as well down on Hellman Drive was one of them. So about 9 or 10 boxes. And we could see if you did 1 or 2 a year, you could have 4 to 8 years worth of solicitations. So that's kind of like puts a framework on what the program could potentially look like. What we're proposing now is this person showed interest, so we would like to have a pilot project having so the person having this person put their artwork on one of our utility boxes. So his name is Ray White, and he's a junior at Sonoma State University and is majoring in biology with a minor in art. And from the map, I showed a utility location number 1, which is off La Plaza, East Cotati and Old Redwood Highway, fairly visible box there. And then the second alternative location is on Commerce, and right where the metering ramp is, close to there, onto the 101 freeway, just to the right. So that's a little less obvious, but staff is recommending location number 1. That's up to the discretion. That's kind of a choice before the council right now, location 1 or 2. We're kind of recommending 1, like jump in with both feet, just get it done. And the financial consideration is programs would, the cost, the artist provided us, said he could do it within $100. And so the city, under this item, would be providing $150. Just, I tend to put a contingency on everything. And in the future, we could go out and solicit, donations by local businesses, sign businesses or paint businesses, art businesses, to provide that $100 in the future. But we haven't done that in this round, this initial round. So basically, we're looking for direction on or approval for this pilot project to paint 1 utility box, city-owned, to approve contingent on the city attorney ultimately approving the artist consent agreement. We just have it generically as the agreement, but it's the artist consent. And then provide staff with direction on what you've heard of the program and what we're thinking about it at this point. And that concludes the presentation.
All right, thank you. Questions? Yes.
So, how easy would it be to remove this art should there be an outcry? Because art is in the eyes of the beholder, and we've seen things that most people look at and say, well, that's pretty benign. And, people look at it and see something different. So do we have any thoughts on that?
Well, the application would be to make it last. But I hear you. It's very, could get a negative reaction. So painting over it, maybe?
I would just add that we're trying to set up the program so that we don't get things that are too crazy, there's no reason to, because we have full control over what kind of artwork we put up. It's not like we're obligated to put artwork up that we don't think would be good artwork. But it will, it will go to Planning Commission. If, like Craig was saying, if they directly paint the boxes, then I don't know, there's a great way to remove it. Other than painting over it, something like that, if we really needed to. Another option possibly would be, printing the art on a wrap and then wrapping the box, and then you can just peel the wrap off if you really wanted to.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I just got back from Spokane, and a lot of their utility boxes up there are wrapped. So they take the artwork and it's printed on the plastic. And the only way I knew it was that is I saw on one of the boxes where a little part, kind of had peeled off. But yeah, they have wraps on a lot of their utility boxes up there. I don't know what lasts longer, hard to say. But yeah, I just was curious. We've just seen in other cities, things that, look pretty. It's just like, yeah, that seems
Bathtubs
pretty.
on poles.
Yeah, and it's like, I didn't think of it that way. So I just want us to have a plan should, should something happen. And if this is successful, I guess I would also like us to see, at least approach PG&E, I don't think that we can make them, but it would be nice if we kind of said, hey, we have this program and could you?
Yeah, I love the program. My only concerns around how is the art selected? How is the artist selected? Like looking forward, and I mean, planning commission is one approach. I feel like I'd like to see more opportunities for more people to kind of get involved in the city, and this seems like an obvious place to set up a ad hoc kind of group that would maybe be a couple planning commission members and a couple community members who are into art. But there is that also the potential for what if that commission or that group or whatever picks an artwork that then there's some community outcry about, as we've seen in Petaluma. It's been a huge issue in Petaluma. So I am a little nervous about taking this on, and what comes down the road when there's some art that some people find offensive and others think needs to be there. But I'm in support of going forward with it for now.
Madam Mayor, can I just make a quick point? The business about the city attorney approving the agreement, there are these artist rights, federal and state artist rights provisions that can prevent the removal of artworks. So we're going to make sure that the agreement, that's why we need the artist consent so that we could remove it if the council or the city didn't want the artwork in place anymore.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
No, I was just going to say that art is beautiful. There's always different opinions. There's always going to be different opinions on art, So I think having a committee to kind of review and approve it, I think is a good step. Because even if afterwards the committee, some members don't like it, I think it's already been vetted through a group. So I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Yes, and I had a couple questions. One is, who owns the box? I don't see it on the map. The box in La Plaza Park with the woman on it with the mask on that's been painted, I think, by a rogue agent already.
I think that's a PG&E box.
That's a PG&E box.
Yeah.
So maybe they'd be willing to participate since their boxes are getting painted anyway. I might as well have some say in it. And then my other question was just about the compensation. I feel badly because I don't think student artists necessarily know what they're worth and know what they should ask for. So paying them $100 to cover materials doesn't feel right to me. I think we should increase the compensation maybe to $500 or something like that. If we're doing one a year, it's not going to be a big hit to our city budget. I don't know how the other council members feel about that, but that was my suggestion. Yeah.
Yeah, first, I love this idea. I think this is super cool. And I was wondering, and I also agree that they should be definitely paid more, and especially if we're gonna go out and ask for contributions, that, we could potentially not have that come out of our budget at all. And then I also just wanted to offer the idea of, I know the thing with Chief Katati and the replacing the seal, took a really long time, and I'm not suggesting it, we do it in the same way, but maybe, if we had a committee to narrow down entries to 3 or whatever, and then we put that out to the public for a couple weeks or something for people to, for Katati residents to vote on which ones they want most. I'm not sure if that would be a good idea, if that would just make it worse. But I think if we have that provision in the contract that says it can be removed by some future council when things change and suddenly what felt like honoring at the time turns into something that feels like cultural appropriation or whatever in the future, that as long as that provision is there, I feel like we're kind of covered for that. But I really love this idea, and for a pilot, I I think these, you know, I really like the second image that he provided, but I also really do like the idea of having some kind of, you know, aesthetic committee or something like that, you know, city beautification committee or something like that. I think that's a really great idea too.
Yes.
Just a quick comment. The artist that did the artwork on is the Velvet Bandit. The Velvet Bandit. I know it was mentioned earlier. So the Velvet Bandit is a local artist that was doing pandemic type artwork around Sonoma County. So I just wanted to give the proper name credit.
Thank you for that. I do like the painting that's on there. Yeah. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, I thought of another question. Do you know these other towns that you mentioned that have some programs like Windsor, San Rafael, Napa? Do you know how they go about selecting artists or artwork?
Well, they solicit the proposals for the applications, and I think they have a art commission. So it's a subcommittee, and then they just make the decision, and they go with it. So
I would like some kind of a system like that. I think that it doesn't raise it to a political body. I don't want to be choosing artwork here. And so, I mean, if this, I'm fine with going ahead with a pilot box in whatever form you want to do it, that's fine. But if we're going to establish an ongoing program, I really don't want us trying to select artwork as a council and an open meeting.
Okay. Other questions before we go to public comment? All right. Do we have any Zoom attendees?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Comments? Yeah.
I just want us to be a little bit fiscally responsible with what we're going to pay for this. We have a very long list of things that people keep adding for us to do, and you know, I want to make sure that we kind of balance, you know, helping whoever it is these people are, and being able to do other things since our list is growing. So that's all. It just seemed like $500, you know, is, you know, something that could be a park bench, or it could be, you know, something else we could do. I just want to be cognizant of that.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a comment? Yeah.
I did. Just, it's in the staff report, but the one benefit to the artist is they get exposure over our website. There's a profile on the website, and an opportunity to put their art there as well.
I think artists are frequently asked to do things for exposure, and I know that is a true, real benefit for them, but I would personally feel a lot more comfortable if we paid them fairly for their work. Is it possible we could solicit donations from local businesses to cover a larger stipend or something like that? Because, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I worry about the cost of staff time to solicit donations probably outweighs the value of the donations. I mean, maybe some of you are really good fundraisers, but and it's not in their job description. I worry about asking staff to do that. If we want to take that on somehow, we could try that. You know, if we decide this is an ongoing program, maybe there's a sponsor utility box, you know, sponsor local artwork program where the box would have a little sign about what business sponsored it, and then they would only get done when there was a business who was willing to sponsor it. But also student artists, I want to point out, do most of their artwork without being compensated, and in fact getting to put it out in a very visible place is a big advantage to them. So when you're a junior art major, most of your artwork is done for school project, you know, for class assignments, and it goes into if you're lucky, into the student exhibition in the art museum on campus, which is very lightly trafficked. So I'm not opposed to making sure, I think $100 is, well, the agreement says 100, the staff report says 150. I think 150 is under, risks not even covering materials, especially if we're asking them to cover the anti-graffiti coating out of that. Maybe the city's providing that, I'm not sure. But I would want to make sure it's absolutely enough to cover materials, but I'm not concerned about paying them professional artists kind of, I mean, we're nowhere near professional artist rates, of course.
Yes.
A while back, there was a group, the Cotati Arts Project, and we worked in concert with the art program out at Sonoma State. And there were lots of students that submitted, you know, there was probably 20 or 30 different proposals that were out there. And to your point, really what they were asking for is having their materials covered. So each of their projects, they actually, you know, listed what the cost of those materials were, and that is what they were willing to do the work, as you said, to get exposure.
Yes.
So as an art student in the 80s, when someone offered me $250 for a painting, I was able to pay my rent that month. And I get that exposure is great and recognition is amazing and being chosen and all of that, but they still have rent and they have to eat and they have expenses. And so I really feel strongly that I agree that we should pay them something. I mean, obviously we can't pay them the way you would pay a professional artist, but something, I do feel like it's appropriate to pay them above what, you know, just the materials would cost. And I am open to, you know, soliciting people and seeing if we can't help the staff come up with funds for that. I feel like that is something that especially businesses might want to do for, you know, exposure for the business, right? Like you said, sponsored by, you know, Heinz signs or whatever, right? On the actual piece of art itself, you know, the name of the artist and then sponsored by the Cotati business. And then I also just had a question of what it is that we're being asked to do today. Like, are we being asked to select which piece we want? Are we being asked to approve of Ray White doing the pilot or the entire program? Like, I'm not really clear what we're discussing or deciding on.
I think the recommended motion asks us to approve the pilot project for one box and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Ray White, with that artist, to complete the mural on that one box.
Okay, but there's 4 pieces of art, so do we need to select the art too?
I don't think those are proposed art for the box.
Oh, they're not.
That's just their portfolio.
It's their portfolio. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay. So, well,
yeah.
Is that a true statement? Because that was a question.
Well, is it a true statement that that's not, that those are not proposals?
I thought that these were their proposals.
Could you address that? Yeah.
It's just, these are samples of Ray White's work, and we're under the impression it would be one of these works of art that he would replicate onto a utility box.
Okay, so I misunderstood that. Okay. Yeah. Any further discussion? Yeah.
Yeah, I think in addition, you wanted input from us for a program of this. Okay. So yeah, so I mean, I agree paying them just a little more than 150. You know, I don't know if it's somewhere between that and 500 or something, but I agree paying them more. I mean, I know there's a lot of muralists working around Sonoma County that they kind of count on, then they bring students and they do work, and to pay them nothing or close to something, you know, so just a little bit towards the work too.
Yeah. And to follow on, I feel like working with students as I do, I see it as an equity issue that if you don't pay anything, then you're going to get in the future applicants who have the time and have the privilege to do work for free. And there are a lot of working students who just cannot spare the time because they're having to work to pay for college. And if you pay, you'll get a greater diversity of people who are able to participate. So I would like to see us, as we go forward, try to figure out a way to pay a little bit more, and we can discuss that later. But I'm happy to approve this as it is now. Yeah.
Clarifying question for legal. Like right now, it's just compensating them for the cost of materials. So we're not hiring them and paying them a wage or anything. So would that complicate the agreement if we're now paying them for their services?
I think we're just going to call it a per diem or a piece stipend or something. It won't be, it will not be articulated as a wage, so I think it should be fine. I mean, it's going to take what it takes the artist to produce it, right? It may be a day, it may be 4 hours, we don't know. Just the compensation for the art, basically.
Like a stipend for the work, period, regardless of how long it takes, right? Yeah.
Would everybody be comfortable with raising it at least to $200 for now to make sure we're covering the materials costs? Yeah.
I could be comfortable with that. And again, if the materials are more costly, I think we need to know that so that we can adjust accordingly. Because some paints, may be more expensive.
So it was 1985 that I was paid $250. So I just want to bring that up to, like, I'm not sure, maybe Angela could tell us what that is today, but I'm pretty sure it's not 200,
All right. Well, I think we've had good discussion on this. Is anyone ready to make a motion?
So wait, do we have to pick the picture too, though?
I don't think that's in our purview here. Is that what you're asking for us to do?
Not for the pilot program, no.
So that would be made at the planning commission level, or just by staff?
By staff.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
for the pilot project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I move that we accept, okay, wait, I gotta find it now. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I was looking at the beautiful pictures. Okay, I move that we approve the utility box painting pilot project for one city-owned utility box, authorizing the city manager to execute an appointment with Ray White to complete the mural for the utility box painting pilot project, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney, and receive input on a proposed annual utility box painting program.
So,
oh yeah, well, did we decide on how much?
we had discussed $200 as a sort of compromise.
Initial payment.
It's your motion.
I would suggest $200 with a caveat that it needs to obviously cover whatever the material costs end up being, whether that's, and it won't be that much more, but there's a chance it could be slightly more.
Can it be a friendly amendment to have it be at least, $100 over what the material costs are? You guys, how do you feel about that idea?
Come up with an amount then, right? I mean, are you saying?
So I'm saying, like, let's say, because, like Sue was saying, maybe the materials cost more than $150, and if we only give them $200, that means we're paying them $50. So what I'm offering is, could we say that it's $100 over, so they get a $100 stipend plus whatever the materials end up costing?
Mr. Scott, would that be workable for you, or do you think it would be simpler to just have a dollar amount?
I think it's simpler to have a dollar amount, and we did get a quote from them that it was going to be $100 for materials. So having $200 in there might
Gives them the $100 stipend.
Right.
Okay, all right, with the adjustment for a $200 stipend to include materials.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, great. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing that beautiful box. And also, I loved the CUBE acronym. Thank you for that. All right, moving on to the city manager's report.
Okay, so just to continue the theme from last meeting with the awards that admin services continues to rack up, as we are again the recipient of the Triple Crown Award from the GFOA. And this recognizes our receiving all 3 GFOA awards. So that's the Certificate of Excellence on Financial Reporting, Distinguished Budget, and the Popular Annual Financial Report Award. So anyway, great job to that admin services and Angela.
Woo! Yay, Angela!
Yeah. Last year, only 331 jurisdictions from across the U.S. and Canada received this award, and only 36 agencies within California. So anyway, it's very impressive. So I think I mentioned this earlier, but we are going to be doing some water main cleaning to remove fine sand from the water lines, primarily in the L section, starting on March 18th. So before our next council meeting, just so you guys know, that's going to be coming up. And it's going to be 10 working days through the pretty much the end of March 29th. The residents in those areas either have or will shortly be receiving notices about it so that they're aware, so it doesn't hopefully catch them as a surprise. But this is the process that we use to flush the water lines now. Rather than blowing it in the storm drains, we like cycle it through a filter, so saves quite a bit of water. Also, next week, the Cypress Sewer and the paving project, this is the Redwood Drive Cypress Street paving projects, are starting to go. So the early work won't close any traffic lanes, but there's going to be potholing and some on Cypress, the sewer repair work. So there's going to be some in late March and early April. Cypress will have some detours for the repair, and then for the paving that will follow that. In early April, late April and early May, the detours will be in place for Cypress and Redwood Drive for the paving. And of course, residents will be notified and businesses as well. And then design is progressing for the sidewalk gap closure project, and we're planning to hold a public workshop in early April for residents along the routes. And anyway, we talked quite a bit about that tonight, but that's coming up. Just a reminder again that we have some surveys and things out for review. So the objective design standards for single family and plex housing, that's still out for, the survey is still out until 10 a.m. on March 14th. So if anyone hasn't taken that, take it quickly because it'll close towards the end of this week. The ATP, as we mentioned earlier in the meeting, is out for public review until March 25th. On April 15th, we're planning to come back to Planning Commission for formal consideration and recommendation to the council, and then May 14th is the scheduled date for City Council final review and adoption. And then next week is our spring. Actually, before I get into that, we do have one more survey out talking about surveys. We also have a survey out still for Sunflower Park through the end of March on the improvements there for Sunflower Park. So that's all. You can find all these on the city webpage, on the homepage. And then next week is our Camp Cotati Spring Break Camp, and camps Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 each day. And it's for kids ages 5 to 12. Next Saturday is our annual Bunny Brunch and Egg Hunt, which I'm telling you about, but it's sold out. So if you didn't get your tickets, it's too late already. But we have a great morning of breakfast, bunny visits, and egg hunt for the kids. And the following week, we'll be delivering bunnygrams throughout Cotati and some parts of Runner Park. And each delivery includes a basket full of stuffed eggs and other goodies. And if you want to do that, it's already sold out also. So sorry, we're also conducting, sorry, I already said that. On April 27th, we'll be hosting our annual community yard sale from 8 a.m. to 12:30 in the Cotati Room behind City Hall. We're accepting donations April 24th from 3 to 7 and Thursday, April 25th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And it's a great way to get rid of some unused items and get some gently used items at a great price. So anything that's not sold is donated to Redwood Gospel Mission after the event. And then summer camp registration's open. We have Camp Cotati Day Camp for 9 weeks this summer, 6 weeks of Sandy Loam Farm Camp, Spanish Camp, and multiple children's theater camps. And you can find all this on the recreation page on our website. Be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, questions? Yeah.
about the water flushing project. Last year, if I recall correctly, they kept having to raise the cost because they needed more filters. Did they bid enough filters this year?
Yes, we learned.
Okay.
So we have a significantly increased the amount of filters.
Okay, thanks.
And coming on the heels of last year, it's going to be less media,
less
less need
sediment.
for them too.
I got it.
So,
okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Yes, question?
Yeah, I just am noticing some synchronicity in the art, and I wonder if we get the pilot program going, that could be a great opportunity to have some kind of blurb available about the program. The art, you were talking about art sale, right? That.
It's a yard sale.
Oh, a yard sale.
Yard
I heard
sale.
art sale. I'm like, wow, that's
There might be some
awesome.
art at the yard sale, but yeah.
Okay, never. No, well, I was thinking. I heard art sale. Okay. Well, maybe we could still have a table there or something about the program. I don't know.
Okay, other questions? All right, thank you. We'll go to city council member reports. I don't have anything too urgent, so in the interest of time, I'm gonna report nothing tonight. Does anyone else have a report? Yes.
First, I just want to say the first night of Ramadan was earlier this week. So for our Muslim residents, I'd like to say Ramadan Mubarak. And then I went to the first half hour of the Rohnert Park City Council meeting because they had a celebration of the Transgender Day of Visibility. So I got one of these for each of us. And that is March 31st. So they had that's March 31st. So they had a proclamation honoring that. And then I also just heard through the grapevine that Cotati Pride is looking that they're gonna, looks like we're gonna have a Pride Festival here in Cotati. It's gonna be one of the June farmers market. They're gonna go along with the farmers market to have Pride here in Cotati. So that's pretty exciting. And then, yeah, I think those are the main things I wanted to bring up today. Thank you.
Yeah, just one real quickly. I unfortunately will not be able to be at the meeting in 2 weeks from today on a family trip that I was unable to schedule around our numerous spring meetings.
Thank you. Yes.
Sure, I'll try to go quick. On March 5th, I helped Press Democrat with their Youth Service Awards, and I did student interviews for Latinx services. A lot of great kids. We had to only select one in that area. And then March 7th, last week, I went to Sonoma Clean Power meeting. Some of the highlights were they gave a presentation on supporting our communities where they talked about sponsorships, scholarships, and they also talked about how they're doing a community survey with the ag community to find out what their needs are. They came up with 11 recommendations. I guess electrical heavy equipment is really expensive, and so they did a survey to learn what the needs are of our ag community. And that's all. No, then I went to the Cotati Chamber of Commerce meeting before this. It was also a very good meeting. There's a video that's coming out at the end of the month where the Sonoma County Tourism Board did a video with some local here in Cotati. So that's coming out at the end of the month. Anyway, we have some great restaurants here and some more coming. And we're going to be known as Pizza City soon because we're having another pizza opening downtown. So anyway, that's all. Thanks.
Great. Anything? Okay, great. So at this time, we'll do public comment on non-action agenda items.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, great. We are going to move to closed session. I'd like to open it up. Oh, it'll be conference with legal counsel on existing litigation as listed on the agenda. Can we open it up to public comment for the closed session?
Calling to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment on the closed session item. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will go into closed session.
turn you back on.
All right, we are back from closed session. We have nothing to report. Is there any information received after the agenda was posted?
Yes, there were a total of, I believe, 5 public comments received, 4 of them regarding the active transportation plan and 1 of them regarding the budget for Sonoma Water. Those were all posted to the web agenda and available here in print in the chamber tonight.
All right, thank you for that. The meeting is adjourned.